Good morning, good morning. Please take your seats. We're going to start. I'm wary about being late, and I really want to give ample space to discussion today after every speech, so let's not wait for too long. First of all, I would like to thank you for your engagement in the last 2 days of the conference. Right now I feel much more relaxed, but also tired. I think the train is already running, which is great, and the journey is getting better and better. Today we're starting off with a keynote lecture by our distinguished guest, Maria Teresa Alves. And I will give maybe a weird introduction because I will start from a personal anecdote. One of the fondest memories from my childhood is sucking on the flowers of honeysuckle. A fantastic experience, very, very sensuous. And you know, honeysuckle is one of the most widespread plants across the northern hemisphere. It exists almost in all areas of Eurasia and North America. It's been traveling together with people. So it's, I guess, one of the plants that attract Maria Teresa's interest, who is deeply interested in botany, but not only. I also brought up this personal anecdote to give you a little bit of an insight into how it is to talk to Maria Teresa, who always finds a way to ground a conversation in the body, in the here and now, in the sensual experience. And she also does this in her practice, working with places and people. She has exhibited internationally and participated in many projects, including at Documenta, as far as I'm concerned, twice. And it's my greatest pleasure to welcome today Maria Teresa at the 55th AICA Congress as the keynote speaker. Thank you.
Honeysuckle, that's, I remembered eating that when I was a kid also. You break off the little bit of the tip, but you have to be very careful that you keep the long part there, and then you pull out the honey. Have a vivid image also. Okay. I will not be speaking about the honeysuckle today. My talk is entitled, Upon Fainting for the First Time of My Life. I've been searching for a path for this honored talk, as I do when I begin new work. I have been in Brazil since September, returning just now for this talk, and have spent some time there, here, as I was writing this while researching invasive flora of the Atlantic forest in the state of São Paulo, where some of my family is from. Okay. As I am an artist, I will begin with paths that have been made for this talk. The water and earth make paths. The return of a lake is a large installation referring to Lake Chalco in Jico in the state of Mexico, which no longer exists as it was desiccated in the early 20th century by a European immigrant who seized the lake, which resulted in the destruction of the economy and food source for 24 villages and towns. There is a museum in Spain dedicated to this colonizer, and which persists until today to celebrate the ecocide of Lake Chalco. It's a very large museum. I began work with the Community Museum of the Valle de Jico in 2009, and we continued to develop projects that reflect the contemporary colonial histories of the region, most recently an accounting, an exhibit, and also the book, Thieves and Murderers in Naples. I heard there's someone from Belgium that's thinking of moving to Naples. Thieves and Murderers in Naples, a brief history on families, colonization, immense wealth, land theft, art, and the Valle de Jico Community Museum. Both the book and the exhibit are about the ties between the Pignatelli family in Naples and the colonizer of Mexico, Hernán Cortés, and the wealth stolen from indigenous communities in Mexico that became the legacy of the Pignatelli-Cortés families in Naples. So if you visit the Pignatelli Villa Museum in front of the water in Naples, it is actually the Pignatelli-Cortés Museum. And then you're there escaping colonization in the Americas, and you say, please, let it not be Hernán Cortés. And it was. The fifth generation of Cortés married into the Pignatelli family. So, and one example of colonial wealth. This is the document that led to the work. It is a document of 2 years of tribute payments that were forced tribute payments that had to be made by indigenous communities. It lists the different communities and how much money they had to pay, or the number of tribute payers they had. Hello. And so there was, this was in the archives of the Pignatelli family in the state archives. There were thousands and thousands and thousands of pages, and I was just very lucky to come upon this. Jico is here. That's where Jico is. So this is the work. There were about 20 pieces I made, or over 20 pieces. This is one work, and it says Jico, 446 pesos were required annually to be paid to the Pignatellis, Cortés. Same work. This is Mexico City, 15,155 pesos. A path was also made by the work Seeds of Change, which is an ongoing investigation of ballast flora in numerous port cities. Earth, stones, sand, wood, bricks, and whatever else was economically expedient was used as ballast to stabilize merchant sailing ships in relationship to the weight of the cargo. Upon arrival in port, the ballast was unloaded, carrying with it seeds native to the area where the ballast had been picked up. For the New York iteration, A Botany of Colonization, I realized that as a result of the deadly transatlantic trade route, much ballast is required for the transportation of human bodies, such as enslaved peoples. This ballast was unloaded in New York, Seeds as witnesses. And the practice would continue. On June 30th, 1900, 7.5 million tons of ballast arrived at the port of New York. That's one day. From places such as Colombia, the Caribbean, Venezuela, the British Guianas, the Chinese Empire, the Dutch East Indies, Japan, and the British Cape Colony. Solid ballast and accompanying seeds were used to transform the land, and thus topographical particularities, specificities, and relationships were crushed. Water was banished. Rivers, creeks, streams, and ponds were drained, filled in, or covered over. Hills, nooks, crannies, niches, as well as gullies and ravines were leveled or filled in. Marshlands and swamps were considered an affront to the settlers and were filled in. What is known today as Bristol Basin on the east side of Manhattan was ballast brought over in World War II. It was made with chunks of the actual bombed-out city of Bristol, which was used to fill in water and create real estate. In New York, I grew up in New York, we are faced with a colonized earth, and this is not a question of reconstruction of a lost landscape or purity, but of an acknowledgement of this presentness of the land of New York, spaces of colonialism which we must acknowledge as landscapes of violence, but at the same time, this must not become the sole defining feature of these places. I will read a poem which is part of this work. Documents of disturbance. The deposition of ballast rock by sailing ships caused the great transatlantic intertidal shift. In New York, we now walk on Norway, which got its ballast also from Spain, Portugal, Italy, North Africa, France, Belgium, the Netherlands, Germany, Sweden, and Denmark. Perhaps on Angola, on Dublin and Bristol, and now on Kingston, Jamaica. This was written in 2018. Thus, I realized that as the very earth is colonized, we do not know where we walk on in New York. Recently, for Documenta 15, I made on the need of remembering here before the onslaught of there began, a carpet work celebrating some flora of the Atlantic forest, Chiquichiba, Guaparu, Ipehoshu, and Imbaúba, an attempt of insisting on knowing our earth in the Atlantic forest in Brazil, and to not forget land, beings, and histories. In the major cities of Brazil, think about the Amazon, the Atlantic forest, to be able to think about this percentage I'm going to tell you. 80 to 90% of the landscaped greenery are exotics. So if you're in Rio de Janeiro, São Paulo, Bahia, etc., it's exotics you're seeing. So when I thought I was celebratory seeing some possible remnant of the Atlantic forest in São Paulo, I am instead seeing Europe, Africa, Asia, and North America. I am not here, there in Brazil. The vultures, the parrots, the woodpeckers, the bem-te-vi, and others that I see flying around the city of São Paulo, at times we don't know where we are. Most recently, I began more intensive research on invasive flora to understand what is of not here and how we might contribute to making space for the here of the besieged Atlantic forest. I went to stay at the Caçandoca Quilombo, a community of descendants of former enslaved peoples, As Neide Antunes de Sá, whose family I have known since 1983, explains, a quilombo is a place that is not an inheritance, but of struggle, of much struggle and resistance. It is linked to culture, to a way of life, to see life, and our interaction with nature. Together, we noted some invasives that are now common, but the community pointed out ones that are particularly worrying for their quick growth, especially grasses, and which we do not know much about. As an artist, I have made a work, When They Come, Flee, said my grandmother to my mother. When they come, flee, said my mother to me. It was in 2014, this work. It is a work about being captured. It consists of bronze casts of jaca seeds, originally, I think you know it as breadfruit in English better, originally a tree from India, brought over by the Portuguese as a cheap nutrition source for enslaved peoples. It has spread aggressively in the Atlantic forest. I'm working to use this tree, their seeds, fruit, and wood and furniture as an attempt to reduce their presence in the forest. You Will Go Away One Day, But I Will Not, which was made in collaboration with the composer Lucrecia Dalt. The installation, which was my work, is a reintroduction of Guarani names for some local plants of the forest, such as You Will Go Away One Day, But I Will Not. These names are coming from this perspective of the plants in relationship to their surroundings, rather than the Linnaean taxonomy established since colonization, and which makes homage to men, mostly European, and their descendants when naming flora. I proposed during a roundtable talk in the Berlin Botanical Gardens in 2020 to donate my part of the work, which were the botanical plaques you see here in bright pink, very different from the botanical garden ones, which were white. My bright pink ones had Guarani names of plants, and it was going to be a donation in order to encourage a dialogue with knowledge systems, with plant perspectives, thus making possibilities of decolonizing botany. The scientists rejected the gift as too confusing for visitors. As you can see, it is bright pink. All you needed was another bright pink plaque to explain the work. I then proposed the possibilities of considering the naming of newly found flora based on the community names of the original area that the flora is from. The scientists said that it would be impractical since one plant could have many different names crossing different linguistic groups. I suggested that perhaps a name can be chosen from the communities who have lost activists in their defense of the flora. I was supported by some students who were present. I thank them for their vocal encouragement. We speak about caring and community responsibilities, and this was a much-needed witnessing for me. Just a few days ago, I read an article in the Guardian newspaper about a proposal to name birds according to something specifically about them and not after European scientists, queens, and kings. In the late 90s, early 2000s, Jimmy Durham, my partner, and I proposed that the São Paulo Bienal be boycotted due to the lack of indigenous artists from Brazil. We pointed to the similarities with the South African Biennale, which had been boycotted based on the same principle. We received silence for this proposal. Later, when Lula was elected, we were hopeful. Instead, we were criticized for reintroducing the proposal during the progressive first government of Lula in the World Social Forum in Porto Alegre in 2005, when Gilberto Gil, at that time, the Minister of Culture, was present. As I rely on colleagues who are art writers and engage with my work to keep me smart, and I thank them, I would like to interrupt with a story. To me, it is history. During an exhibit in Spain some years ago, an art critic who was part of the team and who was dedicating a year to writing one art critique a day, I love this amazing engagement, well, he went to a local radio station to be interviewed. One of the participants punched him on the head. He returned dazed, we were shocked, and provided what comfort we could. Have you ever seen that most marvelous of works of a Finnish artist, whose name I cannot remember, I have tried to research it, and I do not know which Biennale she was in, but who photographed the staff of the São Paulo Biennale according to their job category, and what that reveals about the Brazilian myth of racial democracy. which Denise Ferreira da Silva has so carefully and precisely deconstructed forever. That which was a slimy argument used to slip out of history and make us stupid, and which has so infected, blocked up, and distorted Brazilian debate for so long. Thank you, Denise Ferreira. Let's now talk about one of these making us stupid moments. During the symposium on the cultural and artistic identity of the Americas. Remember the title. Held in São Paulo in 1991, not one indigenous or black artist from Brazil was invited to speak, although other participating delegations did so. Emmanuel Araújo was there in the audience as I was, witnessing the silence. I asked the question to speakers of a round table, and the response was, we represent all Brazilians. We are not racist like the North Americans. In 2014, a visiting Italian curator wanted to show this video work, Artists as Bandeirantes, which I made as a response to an essay in the catalog of an exhibit I was participating in, when artists were favorably compared to bandeirantes, violent colonizing men who stole land, beings, and resources, as well as enslaving and committing genocide against indigenous peoples, and they continue to be celebrated as role models with schools, apartment buildings, hotels, flower shops, highways, streets, hospitals, etc., named after them. If you take the taxi from the airport of São Paulo to the center to your hotel, you will pass about 5 names of bandeirantes. They're all on those blue plaques on the highway. Their official holiday was yesterday, November the 14th. The curator wanted to exhibit the video in MASP. Sorry, I have to go back because... Okay. The curator wanted to exhibit the video in MASP as across the street from the museum, there is a larger-than-life statue of a bandeirante with some terrifyingly genocidal text, since removed by some wonderful activist. The response from MASP at that time was, it is not our mandate. Instead, we showed it here on the Rua dos Bandeirantes, the street of the Bandeirantes. And this is Gera Guarani, who's a founder of a reservation in São Paulo. Some decades ago, a young writer was having a difficult time finding employment in Abayala, the Americas. After much searching and attempts, the art writer became involved with nefarious situations and peoples, which overtook his much-needed thinking on art for us, a group of young artists, also in precarious economic situations. This much-needed thinking was redirected, unfortunately, to efficiently committing oppression, which he would admit that he was enjoying. He became lost. Now back to São Paulo, and now there are changes. MASP, I was just returned 2 days ago from São Paulo. MASP has just opened the exhibit Indigenous Histories. There are several indigenous artists in São Paulo, in the São Paulo Biennale. The Pinacoteca has been a staunch supporter of indigenous artists. Instituto Tomé Otaki, Video Brazil at SESC, and Instituto Moreira Salles and others are exhibiting indigenous artists. There are indigenous curators. There are books on indigenous artists. This is the result of much activism and of many voices throughout decades. But there was not many public, non-indigenous voices or interest for so long, for so very long. How much potential is unrealized, how much frustrations, how much lack of discourse for so long. I have a friend Jacob Olivio, who about a decade ago said, you know what, I'm always asked to write books for children. For so long, where else at this moment are there public silences covering art practices, research, thinkings, and possibilities? Where are thinkers allowed, through lack of care and engagement, allowed to become lost to us all? How can a coming together make a caring for this? Maria Anigo Clavis, in her talk, Is It Possible to Decolonize on Brazilian Museums, Coloniality and Methodologies, reminds us that decolonization is not possible in museums in Brazil if the intention continues to be celebrating the national discourse, which is incompatible with decolonizing. Juarez Lopes Baniwa, a student at UFSCar and a member of CCI, the Center of Indigenous Co-Living, in São Paulo, reminds us that yes, now we are being invited to participate. And this now is a very short time, and this must be from about 2019. But as though there is a universal culture, and thus no space to acknowledge differences. During my time at the Quilombo, I invited a much beloved, intelligent, and activist relative to dinner, where I witnessed his destruction of his self. A few months earlier, I had begun research on Brazilian modernism, and having read 5 books, 4 of which were very unsatisfactory, I asked his cousin about his thoughts on modernism. He summarized the modernist movement in 15 brilliant minutes. I think I have to stop for water because the list is very beautiful and I don't want to have to pause. He summarized the modernist movement in 15 brilliant minutes, including its roots in slavery and coffee plantations, devastation of the Atlantic forest, industrialization, the Matarazzo family, science, Santos Dumont and his airplane, the rise of individualism in poetry movements, Picasso, Dadaism, Surrealism, etc. in Europe, photography, the writer Lima Barreto, the coffee stock exchange, the bourgeoisie of São Paulo growing in the shadow of coffee, the elite financing artists, the modern art week of 1922, the Prestes Scala movement, lack of economic growth, the anarchist movement, the revolt of the whip, the massacre in Canudos, and the inability of the modernist movement to deal with any of this. As the artists, architects, most of the writers and poets came from the coffee elite, which controlled the emission of money as well as the exchange rate. But the night of his self-destruction, they were incoherent words, at best attempting logic sometimes. Eventually, before dinner even finished, unwell, I left the table to go to my room, and before opening the door, I fainted on the earth of the Atlantic forest. I revived a few minutes later and asked a friend to give my cousin the gift I had bought, Sustainable Landscaping from Brazil by Ricardo Cardim. This is the first time I've fainted in my life. Recently, I have come to realize after this incident, which was the first, that now my body hovers near the pre-faint mode when I see art that my body perceives is destroying the self. I am referring not only to the artist, but a work that affects our community of art and artists, for our much-needed thinking, discussions, critiques, and when possible, encouragements in these times, for the reflecting of the here and nows, to open up for more complex knowings. My body falling upon the earth has come to teach me that colonial effects and maltranslations disguised as cynical masquerades of dialogues, that is too dangerous for the times. As Sonia Ara Mirim, curator of the Museum of Indigenous Cultures in São Paulo, has said, that what has been left possible by the Anthropocene is that by the Anthropocene is that we see how to urgently come together to see what can be salvaged, the here realities. I end with this work, which was inspired by a ritual which Jimmy Durham had, when upon arriving at a place, he would sit down. I have not done so far. It was raining this morning. I got in late yesterday. Preferably in a forest, and look around him to introduce himself to the place, and for the place to introduce themselves to him. In Naples, I went to the Capo di Monte garden, which has local flora as well as exotics. The gardens can be seen as a colonial spoil of the Spanish Empire. Among the oak and ivy, which I wanted to introduce myself to, I was not there to introduce myself to the exotics, but I saw two other plants which were personal to me. The blue chow, a palm tree. My father is from a village with the same name, and this is only the second time I have seen one in my life, as all have been destroyed back home, the forest made gone. And there was the magnificent poke from Cherokee territory and one of Jimmy's favorite plants to eat. This is on responsibilities acquired while on a stroll in a garden in Europe. Thank you.
You can sit down. If you could, because I'd like to have a little discussion if possible, and if there are any questions. Thank you, Maria Teresa. Is there anyone who would like to make a comment or ask a question in the audience?
Yep, sorry.
Thank you. I really enjoyed your talk, and I particularly love these circular studies. And I just wonder if you could say a little bit more about how you make them, if you make them in a series, what you use to make them, and what size they are, and how you display them.
I'm really bad at numbers, and it ends up being lies, whatever I say, so I'll show you more or less. They're more or less like this, circle diameter. They're made by Carpet Editions in Brescia, in the north of Italy. There's a third generation carpet making family. And I make, the drawings are made and sent to them. And in the beginning, as I was learning to translate drawings into carpet colors, we spent many hours looking at shades of different colors for me to understand how the shading is done in carpeting. But now I've learned, they have been very patient with me. And it take I think minimum 3 months.
Are these handmade by them?
Yep.
Oh, that changes everything.
It's those obvious things that I'm really bad at.
Why does it change everything?
Proszę przekazać mikrofon.
What am I supposed to do with this? Oh, because it marks much more a human dimension, and I would say for me a perception of time, and this makes a lot of sense in regard to what you were presenting about your work. So for me it would be kind of, sorry for the very popular use of language. If this was machine-made, it would lose part of its soul, so to speak. And to think that someone or some people, many people, have to deal with the image you have created in order to transfer that into tapestry. So there are other human beings also doing a creative, lengthy job in, how do you say that, with you. I wanted to select another word, but me esqueci. Is that okay? Thank you.
Hello, thank you so much. I just thought to develop this thread on making and who is making and who is making a contribution and how that contribution is acknowledged. And therefore, it's the politics of labor. So can you say something about that? How working with, we don't know who, we just know that they are in Brescia.
I said Carpet Edition, that's what they're called, the company.
Carpet Edition. So, yeah.
They're three generations family.
And why that choice, and what are the implications of making those kind of choices for artists and others to employ people to, not to, of course, it's not a suggestion that an artist makes the work materially, physically, but there are implications in terms of labor, asking others and how you acknowledge that. And I guess, in the label that is on the screen now, we don't see the acknowledgement.
It was acknowledged in the captions in Documenta, so that was clearly stated. And I chose to work with them because first we did a research in Italy of different carpet companies. It had to be someplace I could take a train. There was one that was very interesting, but I would need a car. So there ended up being two. And I had already seen the carpet by this company in Brescia by accident somewhere. So I knew that the quality was very high of their work and materials. So I went to work with them, and they were very generous in teaching me how to learn to see how to think about carpets, because I was thinking about watercolors. I was not thinking how to transfer this to a carpet. So they kept showing me lots and lots of samples of carpets and shading. I had lots of hours of lessons on shading because there's so many ways of doing it through fiber that we're not accustomed to as artists who work with non-fiber. And so it has been, and the choices, each time we choose the colors, it's a very slow process, which I think is important since I like colors very much. So I'm very precise with colors, and I'm very thankful that they do spend the time with the colors.
Yeah. And in this respect about the colors, it's natural fibers, I understand.
Yeah.
But what about the dye?
Oh, this, I doubt if the dye is natural. Okay. Yeah, the fibers they use eucalyptus silk and wool.
So I noticed that you work with a variety of media and also with watercolors. So why did you decided to work with carpets in the first place, if there is an answer?
Yeah, I'm working in a design collective, and I realized we hadn't made carpets, so I decided I wanted to explore that. And so I was doing research for that, and then decided to actually use it first in my artwork. And I have only recently, like a month ago, used it for design.
Thanks a lot for your talk, and I'd like to come back to your to the story of your cousin and of modernism. And thanks a lot also for sharing the story of the Biennale in Sao Paulo and how you try to bring all this question of indigenous. And I was lucky enough to visit the Biennale in September, and I was very impressed by how they invested the building, the Niemeyer, the modernist architecture, and they really tried to infiltrate and maybe to pervert it, to populate it, and to try to do something from that. So maybe I'd like to hear a little bit more about how you see this this edition and what it will present for you now as a new step, maybe. And also, one other thing is that when you talk about modernism, it's very. Maybe can we talk about more precisely about voices of modernism in Brazil? Because of course you have like Nina Bobardi of different way of bringing modernism issues in your countries that we could be maybe, don't. It's not all the same things, and I know that. I don't know if you understand what I mean. But.
The problem with talking about modernism is you first have to talk about colonialism, and then you're going to have to say, well, who were the architects? Right? The architects usually came from coffee plantation families, and they weren't the workers, right? So this is the problem in modernism in Brazil. Now about the São Paulo Biennale, I was really impressed and happy. I could have danced out of there because it was joyous to see these new situations. There was the work of Denilson Baniwa right basically at the entrance, right after the ramp, which is an amazing criticism of the Catholic Church in Brazil and what they have, the destruction they have caused in indigenous communities and culture and language. And then there was the work of Edgar Calel on the last floor, a beautiful work. I forgot, I'm really bad at titles. It was a small video about the building, and it was a jaguar confronting the building. That was a most magnificent work. So I left pleased. I went there 3 times to see the exhibit, and I should have gone back a 4th time because I missed one work, and I don't know where it is, but I have to do a better job finding it.
Which one?
I missed, there was a video also by Denilson Baniwa, which I saw in the catalog, and I went to speak with the staff and I asked where that video was, and they said it wasn't there. So I believed them. And then I talked to a friend who had seen the video. So I should have seen it.
Thank you. I wonder if you could say a little bit about what you think accounts for this change in the Biennale this year. What factors have led to this significant change in curation?
I haven't been in Brazil, so, there was the pandemic. There was 2 years I wasn't there. And I go only like once a year. I only go for work. And part of it is an amazing activism that has always existed among indigenous communities, but that became much more visible because of attempts by the government to end demarcation of reservations. With that attempt, there was little room left for negotiation, and so there had to be a huge amount of effort from the indigenous communities to go to Brasilia, to confront the government, to be visible, and to say the lands need to be demarcated. You cannot say you will no longer demarcate indigenous lands, that you will not recognize indigenous lands. There was even the threat to remove the demarcations already made. So that immense activism opened up spaces of visibility, and social media was also available. And I think that was one of the important factors. But I don't live in Brazil. Somebody who lives there might have a better idea about how that happened.
I could say something about it. Hi, so what I have noticed in the last years in Brazil is that some artists from the First Nations, with First Nations origin, especially like Jaider Esbel and Denilson Baniwa, among others, they began to be less of coadjuvants, no, how do you say, side actors in these participations in exhibitions, and they became more of leaders, promoting other indigenous artists, promoting that they gather together, that they form collectives. So they are helping each other to promote this kind of art production. And Jaideresbel has been very, very active, and it was really very emotional to see his paintings in the former São Paulo Biennial, and it was a great, great loss that he died a few days prior to the opening. In an side comment, people say he might not have simply committed suicide. And this is something that we don't say aloud in Brazil. This is something that friends close to him suggest, that he was happy that he wouldn't have done it. So it's very, there is a lot of darkness surrounding this promotion and this visibility that artists like those are gaining. And just one question. Were you maybe referring to the work by Sidney Amaral, which is black, a painting that is black, and then there is the building of the biennial? No, it was another one. Okay.
Yes, thank you again. On this hand, on my side, I was very sensitive to this, the dimension of decolonizing the taxonomy, the language, in some of your works, like in You Will Give Away One Day. So trying to restitute or coming back to the use of indigenous name. And I've got a reflection also about, just like listening to you, I think about the Brazil, because Brazil is like, from what I know, maybe I'm ignorant, but it's like the... it tells so much of what's been happening now vis-à-vis the environment, especially in Brazil, because it's a wood. It's Pau de Brasil. It was like the name to the country was given to an essence that the Portuguese exported to Europe, and it's the wood of ember. So that's ashes, of destruction, of burning, of destroying. So it is a name for a country that is emblematic of this colonization process and destruction of the natural environment. If that makes sense, or...
I have read many years ago, I would need to double check this information again, because it's become a little fuzzy, that actually the word Brazil existed a long time ago, and that originally was applied to Ireland, someplace around Ireland. It was considered a utopic, misty place. I would have to double check that, because this is something I read, I don't know, 40 years ago.
Thank you once again. Picking up on this last comment, just wondering if you have any particular view on the responsibilities of both artists and institutions when it comes to legacies. And you were talking about the Bandeirantes, and the legacies are not only social, political, but they are correlated with environmental legacies. I was wondering if you have any particular view on how artists and artistic institutions could act upon these, hopefully changing, transforming these legacies.
Sometimes I have always a problem with this, with the European idea of categories. So it makes it very difficult for us to talk, because we have to say art, institutions, And I feel that all of us are much more fluid in our lives. I think especially writers are much more fluid because you end up getting involved with so many different situations because you're not just writing, you're being activist also in different situations. So there was a moment that I stopped doing a lot of everything else and was just doing the Green Party, founding the Green Party in the state of São Paulo in, I think it was 1988, because I felt that at that moment it was the most important thing to do was to make a Green Party. Brazilian constitution was being rewritten so we could be active in the writing of the constitution. We ended up, because of the Green Party, we ended up with the best constitution at that time on the environment in the world. The practicalities of it were not applicable, but in theory we did a good job. So that is how I thought to work with it. And I spent a lot, my whole efforts in the Green Party in São Paulo was that the first agenda item of the platform was a demarcation of indigenous lands, but it became, even though I fought very much, became the second agenda item. I don't understand if you're talking about Brazil, what could be a second, it must be the first agenda item, demarcation, recognition of indigenous lands. And then by the time I got taken to the national level, that was in the São Paulo level when we had the national conference, I was not in Brazil. And then demarcation of indigenous lands got transformed to I don't know what paragraph of our platform, and it became only the Amazon. So, because it's a very exotic idea of the indigenous still among the Green Party. And so I stopped working with the Green Party for a while, and I feel as an artist I can do more in certain things. At the moment, I don't know, maybe tomorrow I change my mind and go back to writing or whatever else might be of use for certain situations. I think the situation with Brazil is we have a lot of problems in the Pantanal, in the Amazon, but also in Rio Grande do Sul, in Minas Gerais, with indigenous communities and the soy farms, and the cattle, as you all know. So if any support can be actively there and I don't know how, just to make sure that those monies are not coming into situations in Europe would be very nice.
I think we can take one more question or comment.
I have a quick comment and a question. I found it really interesting that some of the questions from the audience were about kind of validating the idea of outsourcing production of a work. And I find that actually more of the rule than the exception that works of contemporary art are outsourced in their production. So I was a little bit surprised to hear these questions. But my question for you is actually more about your practices as an activist and an artist and how you see those being interrelated and whether they're distinct or mutually informing. And I just find it very rare that one person would have two such strong practices at the same time.
I think that the problem is a European problem, because these not European, certain parts of Europe, let's say. It is not, for example, a Sami problem. You have Valkeapää, and really bad at Finnish names. He was a teacher, a sculptor, let's say, European scale of things, a teacher, a sculptor, a painter, a singer, an activist, and I'm sure that a poet. He did an amazing book before people were doing this, which was, he went into the archives of Norway He's from Norway. He went to the archives and found images of his aunt, semi-nude. And he made a copy of that photograph and bought it and other photographs of relatives he saw in the archive of the ethnography department, and brought it to his family members and asked them what did they think when they saw this. And she said, this aunt that was in the semi-nude, she said, I will be forever embarrassed about this because they said I had to take off my clothes or I would not get anything to eat. And this archival work that he did was quite amazing. So one does what is needed from the community and what one can be good at. We don't need more bad poetry or bad, try to figure out what you're good at and what you're not good at, and you do what is needed at that time for the community. So then, therefore, there becomes no problem of these categories, which is it's only some parts of Europe that has these categories. So you're creating conflict and endless meetings about whether one is an artist or an activist or a poet or whatever. And there is no need. Just accept it, that you have responsibilities, and whatever you're good at, just, make yourself available.
On that note, Maria Teresa, thank you for opening up, making yourself available to us today. Thank you for the keynote speech. And now I invite all of you for a coffee, and let's see each other here back in the room at 11:15.
Can I bring my laptop here so that it's okay? Yeah, well, I'm the last one, so I'll adjust. Okay. It should. But it's just the PowerPoint. And I'm the last one of the next panel. Yeah, and hopefully we should be working like it was yesterday. If we can. No, I just need the PowerPoint. Yeah, just the PowerPoint. The rest is for me to read. Yeah, it has the videos. Yeah. So we can check
Erst ab 11 Uhr ready. Also, wenn ich da jetzt aber ich habe schon um 11 Also, ich komme halt in die Ausschreibung für
That was the keynote.
dann beginnt das Ganze von vorne. Dann sagt er, mach eine neue Bewerbung.
It's always good, it's hard, so then we go.
Und dann guckt er nicht mehr in meine
So when we finish, let me just check something. So the video starts.
Und ich hätte die alle 5 wieder reingetan.
Because we tried it yesterday and it was working. Is it maybe still loading? Or? But now it's supposed to be, the video is supposed to start automatically. I don't know if you remember, I tried it yesterday and it was working.
Noch 2 andere, die man reintun könnte, wenn man die, achso, die anderen beiden von Rahman. Okay. Also, ich meine,
Hello.
Okay, but in slideshow it's not. Yeah, but on my computer on slideshow it starts automatically. But maybe here it's different. Yeah.
Yeah, like here's a PowerPoint, here's like some Google's.
Okay. Sorry, and I'm keeping you from coffee break time. sorry.
Like that.
Hello. It's a pleasure to participate in this conference, even if in...
Yeah, then it's. Yeah, let me just.
Hello. It's a pleasure to participate in this conference, even if in a remote way.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If I click it.
Hello.
So if you double click it, I will go back.
Okay. Yeah, but if it's.
If you want to like show the whole.
Yeah. She's going to talk for 5 minutes and then I'm going to talk for 10.
Yes, I think it's too loud now.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Can I also copy my presentation?
What is your...
Ralu Kawanja, and I will be... Yes, panel... No, not in the panel with the archives. So I will be next. In the program I was yesterday.
Yes.
Hello.
Sorry for moving around. We thought this would be much,
No,
much
it's no
better.
problem. Yeah, it's perfect that way. So this is me. But I also have the presentation of Ralu on this stick.
So that's 2 presentations.
Yes, and I will be first in the panel with the archives, panel 3. Yes, in the panel 3, I will be in panel 3, and my colleague will be in yes, today afternoon.
Da, puteți să-mi descarc și eu, dar la mine vreau doar PowerPoint.
And yours?
And mine is this PowerPoint. Yes.
Do you have any jackets?
Yeah. Ralucăm tu?
Yeah.
You cannot see. Ah, okay.
No worry. Like there's like two screens.
Yeah.
I can like do that. Double it. Yeah, there's like here it is. Where's there's the film.
I have
Here.
Here. So how early?
Yes, you will help me.
Yeah, then whole one, it's how many?
Yes. Yeah. But I want to talk 30 seconds. So no, when the film is on. So maybe when you click it, you can play it not at the beginning, but somewhere in the middle.
Okay,
Yeah?
shower.
Here, maybe. Yes, yes. Yes, and you leave it till
the end,
yeah, I'll go on.
So,
Because it is too long, the film, and I don't want to talk too much on this time. Okay, so it's okay. But, yeah.
Yeah. And if you want, there is like a red light. If
Ah,
you press
okay.
it, you can show something and price of this phone. Here, that one. Oh. You have it like for try it.
No, it's okay. Mine is only images, the textile reader.
Oh, it's about
On this one here in KRAKÓW, yes. Yes, I totally agree.
Happy birthday too, so I let you to get back to my
Have you ever heard about her uncle?
About her uncle, I'm not sure. I've heard her not uncle but mother was a really well-known musician in Romania. A Romani musician. Yeah, there was like in Poland there was a big controversy about the name of Cygani and
Yes, in Romania. In
she wanted like try to change rename it.
Yeah.
And that whole part of the district in Kraków, that was they relocate with really different style of life to live in buildings
So her uncle, he was a ethnographer, and he created this archive of photography in the 70s and 80s. And I think it's really interesting, but I couldn't find any information whether it is like the archive is housed somewhere. I am today, but maybe lost it.
Okay, so I'll tell my wife to be here. Yeah.
Okay, yes, I just wanted to finish with the thing.
You're welcome. Będą siedziały jakieś 5 osób, z wodą nie jest problem, ale jak też użyją szklanki. Tutaj jest jedna. Tak. A tutaj właśnie czytanie jest, tak? Dobrze. Dziękuję panu bardzo.
You know what? I had problems like that until I fell and broke my leg. And my back has never had a problem again. So the answer is, so I just traded one thing for another, right? It's true. I used to have, when I had my first baby, I had terrible back problems. And then I fell, we lived in Alaska, and we fell and I broke my leg, but I never had back problems again. The answer, the solution is yes. I guess I'm coming back up next to and she needs to be down there. No, but this is not always you sit there. But I can come down and know in my behalf, right? That's fine.
Can I take the stick?
Yeah. I can sit here, Dave. You're all great, Dave. I'll bring my brother like that. I'll sit down here, and then I won't have to go so much and make mistakes myself as I need to. I'll sit down there.
I will ask you to come in. Yes, if you just... Hi, dzień dobry, ja jestem moderatorką and Anna will be first. And one request is, przepraszam, bo ja już nie wiem, w którym języku może być. Chodzi mi o to, że tak, jak tutaj są wyświetlane slajdy, to te światła bardzo przeszkadzają.
Tak, troszkę
czy jest możliwe?
No. Wypełnić ten ekran. Aha. I to jest trochę taki magik i jest możliwy.
I jeszcze jedna rzecz. Jak już ja wszystkich zaproszę tutaj do dyskusji, czy jest możliwość wyłączenia tego ekranu?
Tak, możemy wyłączyć.
Dlatego, że i tak to są twarze oświetlone ekranem, dobra? To tylko to.
Czyli jak do dyskusji nie ma problemu.
Tak, okej, to tak zrobimy.
Ale jeśli nie da, jeżeli się przesuniemy do tego problemu, dalej to
Myślę, że za 3 minuty tak powolutku.
Okej, słuchaj, dlatego że wszyscy strasznie by chcieli, wiesz, żeby był czas na dyskusję.
No właśnie,
To jest
dlatego
jakby
musimy-
najsłabszy punkt. Jest ta kartka z 5 minutami.
Już ci zrobię.
You're the host.
start as there's a little bit of a technical consultation going on. Good morning. My name is Marysia Lewandowska. I'm an artist based in London. I'd like to thank Arkadiusz for inviting me to the Congress. I am unaffiliated as for now, and possibly will be affiliated at some later point. And this panel is on archives, collections, and artifacts. And I feel that those, especially archives, are at the core of what I think the Congress is discussing as a contested terrain. You couldn't really find a better place for contestation to take place. And I just want to say a few words, why that is, and what we are contesting with the archives, whether it's ownership, authorship, belonging, expropriation of heritage, memory, both collective and individual. But I also wanted to stress that there's a structural difference between archives and collections, and I'm glad to see the separation that you're making in the title of this panel, because archives, unlike collections, really there is no imperative to display archives, while with collections that seems to be one of the important factors. And then artifacts, I think there will be papers in this panel which really concentrate on restitution, on origin, on contesting where the artifacts come from, who they belong to. So also the questions of value, they're all central to this panel. It would have been wonderful to follow up Maria Teresa's keynote with Sabrina Moura, who is a Brazilian scholar, but unfortunately she could not make it here. So we will start with Ana Fabiola Mauricio from the Catholic University of Portugal in Lisbon, who will be talking on behalf of herself and her collaborator, Luisa Santos. She's a researcher and a curator, and the title of her paper is Institutioning Towards an Imagining of Institutions Without Walls. So I thought a kind of exploding the walls of the institution will be a good beginning to this panel.
So, good morning once again. Thank you for the very kind introduction. As you've already noticed by the title, I am a little bit outside of, me and my colleague and friend Luisa Santos, a little bit outside of the scope of archives, but I hope that we will contribute to this topic as well. I will start by showing you a brief 5-minute video that my colleague prepared. She will do the introduction, and then I will take on another 7 or so minutes to continue with the presentation.
Hello, it's a pleasure to participate in this conference, even if in a remote way. Thank you so much to the organizers for the enormous work in putting together such a thoughtful program, and also for adapting to the different technical and practical needs of the participants. And since I cannot be there in person, I thought I would at least introduce the work that my colleague and friend Ana Fabiola Mauricio and myself have been conducting in the past years, and then she will, of course, take the floor. So the story of this presentation, which is also the story of the research that we have been conducting under the title Institutionings, began in an encounter with the current challenges of contemporary art museums at the Tate Intensive, Making Tomorrow's Art Museum, which was a week-long program at the Tate Modern in London back in 2016, which brought together around 30 visual arts professionals from Brazil, China, South Korea, Russia, Greece, Portugal, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, US, and UK. So we met in the recently opened extension of the building, whose construction and maintenance had and continues to have a tremendous impact on the environment, an impact that in turn is felt in different ways in different parts of the world, and these different parts of the world that the institution claims to want to represent. After all, Tate Modern's ambitious motto welcomed audiences already from the outside walls. It said, Tate for all. So in the collection and temporary exhibition rooms, we were able to see works by artists such as Marwa Reshmawi and Sami Balochi from parts of the world that demonstrated this initial intention for the collection to be international in the sense of representing contemporary art and visual cultures from various nations, from all parts of the globe, and not international in the sense that until recently it was used at Tate and which often continues to be applied in many Western institutions. So in other words, international as in representing contemporary visual arts and cultures from Western Europe and the United States of America only, and at best with brief notes from other parts of the world that as a general rule appear in a context that exoticizes them and links them to preconceived ideas of what communities are, of what people are. But they wanted, or at least the claim was, to change this understanding of international. We also met the person responsible for the Equality, Diversity and Inclusion Department and participated in a workshop about the prejudices that exist in selection and recruitment processes and how it might or might not be possible to overcome them. So at the meeting, despite the intentions described and presented regarding diversity, inclusion of genders, races, also questions of ableism, the ways in which the types of narratives, experiences, and knowledge incorporated and produced by this diversity of human beings are linked to colonial legacies and environmental crises, nothing of these were discussed, these links. So it is undeniable that many contemporary artists are really taking action against the legacies of colonialism. However, without drastic changes at the levels of management positions and the internal organization of the institutions, their practices, the practice of the artists, continue to be presented in a monocultural way. So drastic changes of this type imply, or radical changes of this type imply, as many authors have pointed out, an attitude of giving up positions of power, which is not something that easy to make, as we can see. So on the other hand, they also imply a generous and a genuinely curious attitude of wanting to listen to others, human and more than human, that surrounds us. Instead of giving voice to marginalized and systemically erased and disowned stories, it's about listening to voices other than our own and those that we consider already similar to ours, not just because we are in a position of power and in a certain way we feel guilty in this position and we want to feel better, but rather because we recognize how ignorant we are about the rest of the world, a world that is too vast to be grasped from a very single lifetime and from a very single viewpoint. So it's about recognizing that only by listening to other beings with other experiences and knowledge, we can produce new knowledge and ultimately develop as humans. So Institutionings, as a collaborative project aside from the research, is a project that is being currently developed by the Portuguese the Universidade Católica Portuguesa, ANGAR, the Carlos Gulbenkian Foundation, the Anne van Eyck Academy, Tens de Constal, the Museum of Impossible Forms, the Listening Academy, the HDK Valand, and it was born precisely like this, founded on listening and attention to try to understand how to act on colonial legacies, anti-ecological times, and also the interrelationships of multiple contemporary social crises. So Institutionings Both this presentation and the project that gives its name is an ongoing, cumulative, collaborative experiment to think about how to create types of artistic and cultural institutions that exist without walls, institutions that are like the human and non-human beings that inhabit them, living organisms in constant change. Thank you.
And so, taking on from this introduction to what our institutioning's research and initial project is, I would briefly talk about how we should, or how we envision going from the monocultures that Luisa mentioned of the 20th century to permacultures in artistic institutions of the 21st century. And I would start with this quote by Guillaume Dessange, the president of the Palais de Tokyo. So, like permaculture adapted to agriculture, institutional permaculture is a philosophy that gradually materializes, taking the time to observe according to a method and a rhythm adapted to particular situations and desires. It is not a question of acting brutally on an ecosystem to modify it overnight, nor of blindly applying a new model to an old reality. Nor is it a question of turning one's back on history by denying the quality of what has already been done, but rather of drawing inspiration in an inventive and daring way from what already exists in order to direct it towards new goals. And so, by the mid-20th century, with the aftermath of World War II, at a time when almost all former colonies had recovered their independence, although entering then into a post- and neo-colonial form of relationship, and at a time when the unity and creation of a narrative of a European identity was considered as essential for the survival of Europe, monocultures emerged as the solution to maximize agricultural production, which resulted in extensive areas of identical crops. While visually the monocultures may appear somewhat harmonious, it is by now common knowledge that they are at an environmental and human level they have disastrous consequences for biodiversity as well as for food production cycles. Various experiments in agriculture, namely permaculture, which has roots in native and indigenous science, knowledge, and experiences of working in collaboration and reciprocity with the land and with nature's cycles, have been tested to respond to the urgent need for sustainable environments and ecosystems. In contrast and opposition to monoculture practice, the main objective of permaculture is to ensure a balance between various cultural and natural influences, not allowing for any aspect to become dominant, creating instead an ecosystem of coexistence and symbiotic development of diverse cultures and environments. Likewise, many artistic institutions have initiated processes of transition from their monocultural methodologies to permacultural perspectives and ethics, earth care, people care, and fair share, in order to respond simultaneously to the urgency of greater human and cultural diversity, as well as to the urgency of environmental sustainability in institutional artistic practices. If, on the one hand, it is essential to recognize that the basis of institutional practices continue, as a general rule, to be grounded on traditions from the colonial past that perpetuate grand narratives told by the few who have access to positions of power about what art is and about what culture is, and also what permaculture is, often ignoring its native and indigenous origins. On the other hand, there are several different models being tested in various disciplinary fields which intentionally seek to not only accommodate but to foster diversity and plurality in search of answers to the many challenges we are faced with. We are witnessing, for example, in the artistic field, a growing popularity of experimental art schools and non-institutional, post-institutional, non-hierarchical models of learning, of artistic production, and of exhibiting, which in fact are not all that new. Let us remember, for example, the Bergen Architecture School, founded in 1986, based on the concept of open form, a methodology that fosters inclusive processes in the creation of spaces and the creation of temporary situations to allow different types of collaboration and development to flourish. Another example, in the 1990s, so 30 years ago, a project that was born in the Ngbaka neighborhood, one of the poorest areas of Kinshasa, and that lasted for 10 years, known as the Collective Ghetto Kota Okola, Collective Ghetto Come In and Grow, was an experimental initiative that created a space for production and exchange of knowledge, confrontation, and dissemination centered on forms of artistic expression. It was founded by artist and musician Bebson Melemba and his brother, also artist and film director, Dikoko Boketsu. Ghetto was a school on the streets, a space that elevated new forms of artistic expression in dance, music, and the visual arts. What these two very brief examples seem to say is that perhaps dominant institutional practices should be challenged based on previous and already existing practices, forms, and knowledge. Or, as Guillaume Dessange reflects, the solution does not seem to lie simply in acting brutally against an ecosystem, or we would add, on following what has been written about decadence, announcing the death of a given ecosystem and forming a new canon to replace it, to replace something that already exists. On the contrary, perhaps what we need is to take a look at the various experiences and alternatives that have been tested in different disciplinary fields, geographies, and social, cultural, political, and economic contexts in order to learn new methodologies, new relationships, and new ways of working and living together within the diversity that characterizes both the places we inhabit and our own identities and histories. But how can artistic institutions move from being monocultural objects enclosed in walls, which are both physical and conceptual, and which represent the grand narratives already mentioned, and change into living organisms in constant mutation and in relationships of mutuality that are capable of imagining new narratives? The Polish Literature Nobel Prize in 2018, sorry for butchering her name, Olga Tokarczuk. In her speech, when she was awarded the prize, the speech had a passage that could maybe help us to begin to outline one or more possible answers to this question of how we proceed to this change. And I quote, "We are all people, plants, animals, and objects immersed in a single space, which is ruled by the laws of physics. This common space has its shape, and within it the laws of physics sculpt an infinite number of forms that are incessantly linked to one another. Our cardiovascular system is like the system of a river basin. The structure of a leaf is like a human transport system. The motion of the galaxies is like the world of water flowing down our wash basins. Societies develop in a similar way to colonies of bacteria. The micro and macro scale show an endless system of similarities. Our speech, thinking and creativity are not something abstract removed from the world, but a continuation on another level of its endless process of transformation." Just like humans and non-humans are all linked, interconnected and in continuous process of transformation, institutions can also be understood as living organisms without walls, organisms which relate to and complement each other in relationships of constant mutuality and exchange. Sorry, I think yeah, okay. So one example that I bring just to close, is L'Internationale online, which imagines institutions in networks of mutuality and mutability. So for over 2 centuries, museums have been the guardians of heritage and memories, while academia has dominated the legitimization of what is or is not knowledge. However, in more recent decades, artistic institutions and academia have been turning into spaces within the public sphere in which the most pressing contemporary issues, crises, and conflicts are discussed and debated. Issues such as the environmental crisis, populism, censorship, fake news, social exclusion, lack of diversity and of equality, to mention just a few examples. Many institutions of different types, resources, missions, dimensions, and audiences are therefore becoming stages for intersectional discussions. The term intersectionality was coined by Kimberly Crenshaw to define it, who defined it as the view that women experience oppression in different configurations and degrees. Examples include race, gender, class, ability, and ethnicity. Intersectionality, thus, brings to light the tensions that exist between identities and ways of discrimination, exploitation, and extraction in both the natural and human worlds, and how these seemingly different parts of the world are intrinsically linked. Understanding the cultural sector as an ecosystem made up of institutions which have different scales, impacts, and audiences, L'Internationale was formed in 2014 as a collaborative project between these 7 museums. I will not read them so as to save time. 3 academic institutions, 4 art centers, art organizations, and 2 additional associate partners that you can see on the slide. This constellation of different institutions, which has collaborations outside the network and the geographies represented in it, is what makes L'Internationale particularly well positioned to rethink artistic institutions as well as their relevance and impact on society on a global level. L'Internationale's ethics are based on values which are simultaneously of difference and antagonism, as well as of solidarity and community. It is a place or a set of places that speculate about a new place without walls, where both differences and commonalities are debated in order to ensure balance between multiple cultural, natural, and social influences. By not allowing any particular aspect or methodology to become dominant in detriment of any other, it stimulates an ecosystem made up of coexistences and symbiotic developments of different cultures and their environments in a continuous evolution of heterogeneities that, although not always harmonious or free from conflict, will be, hopefully at their best, constructive and rich in the production of new knowledge. Through the production of discourse alongside artistic and cultural experimentation, L'Internationale shows how the idea of institution can become a living organism which slowly builds itself to become something beyond the traditional infrastructured institutions through and throughout multiple histories, spaces, times, and contexts, an entity without walls in constant mutation and mutability with other organisms, which welcomes us as an open community kitchen, which invites us to cook possible futures using the ingredients we have at hand. In order to do this, in conclusion, as with any well-prepared dish, we will have to know these ingredients, try them out, see what they may bring to the table, and understand them in all their depth, curiosity, and generosity. Thank you.
Well, we'll be rushing in time. Thank you very much, Anna. Provocative and informative contribution. So I'd like to invite Jean Bundy, who is well known to you. She is chair of the AICA International Awards. We've seen her in action yesterday. She is a painter and writer. She tells me that she prefers to write than speak, but will be extremely happy to hear her. And she lives in Alaska.
Right, and we're all I'm trying to move to California, I know, right? Everyone knows that, right? So yes, I'll be good. I participated in the academy and told them how to be a perfect writer, so I guess I better practice what I preach, right? So, and this, he's clicking for me. So, anyway, okay, so my paper is on institutional objects on display remaining or restituted. So, back in the early 70s, yes, I was there, I attended a lecture at by a Harvard Fogg Museum curator. He opened his trench coat, revealing multiple pockets, gleefully telling the audience he wore the coat when stealing antiquities. So, it really happened. Anyway, with the 20th century formalism cemented to conceptualism, thanks to Duchamp and his urinal becoming art, we now consider museum objects for their external form and original functionality. Institutional changes come from odd circumstances. Michael Fried's 60s essay, Art and Objecthood, sparred with early conceptualism embedded into Donald Judd's minimalism. Fried's insistence that minimalism was theatrical ironically paved the way for museum goers to acquire broader perspectives, leading to where does an artifact belong? In this post-COVID era, citizens protest outside museums questioning who deserves to sit on boards, gender inequality in the workplace, demands for higher pay, and also restitution, which is where we are right now. So, there we go. At a May 1981 London conference at the Africa Center where restitution really got noticed, it was announced the British Museum is a universal museum. The museum is not a mirror of national identity, but a reflection of the universal heritage of man. This past summer, the British Museum dismissed curator Peter Higgs, who allegedly sold artifacts on eBay for apparently pocket change. Soon director, don't worry, I'm going to yell at the Americans too. Soon director Harwood Fisher was dismissed. The British Museum faces its most damaging crisis since the Second World War, according to Martin Bailey from Art Newspaper. Recently, it was revealed that 2,000 gems went missing over the past 20 to 25 years, while 2 million objects are imperfectly cataloged. No. So this is a cover of the catalog that was used in 1981. In 2021, Danish gem dealer, Americans can't pronounce anything, Tag Gradel told the British Museum their stones were showing up on eBay. Jonathan Williams, the deputy director, who also would be fired from the British Museum, told Gradel all gems were accounted for, while Fisher told the trustee the matter was closed. Institutional individual looting from ancient cultures is not new and continues in spite of the 1970 UNESCO Convention on the means of prohibiting and preventing illicit import of export and transfer of ownership of cultural property. And throughout the final decades of the 20th century, the Getty and other museums escalated the buying of ancient Greece and Roman objects with little regard for where they came from or who had the authority to sell. Private jets flew to hideaway villas and luxury yachts for secret deals. Curators who engaged in nefarious negotiations often shifted tactics, pretending to be on the side of UNESCO. At the end of the 20th century, collectors and museums began getting caught when former Metropolitan Director Thomas Hoving, who had purchased the infamous Euphrosyne crater in '72, left to become editor of Connoisseur magazine. He began publishing a series of devastating investigative articles revealing the Getty secrets. The Los Angeles Times reporters Fletch and Framerlino write, between 2005 to 2010, American, European, and Japanese museums returned hundreds of objects to Italy and Greece, including Huving's crater. Last May at the British Museum, that was after the GA, the AICA GA, I chatted with museum goers enjoying the iconic space, eateries, and shops. Even if tourisms are not savvy to art's historical canon, most were cognizant of wars, earthquakes, floods, and fires that have destroyed, let's see, did I put, yeah, there we go, that have destroyed many heritage sites. And when asked, prefer the supposed safety of the Universal Museum rather than returning artifacts to so-called, unstable regions. Former Getty director James Cuno writes, encyclopedic museums are cosmopolitan institutions that by gathering and presenting examples of the world's diverse artistic cultures under one roof, work to dissipate ignorance and superstition around the world and promote tolerance of difference itself. However, Oxford's Dan Hicks disagrees. The term Universal Museum or encyclopedic museum were virtually never employed until the last 20th century, and the definition was originally purposed to justify displaying industrial applied decorative arts adjacent to painting, sculpture, and not to define collections from different global cultures. Hicks insists universal museums are a self-appointed group of privileged museums promoting the Western world's dominance and monopoly of interpretation over other people's culture and colonialism. Of note, the Louvre Abu Dhabi opened in November 2017, billed as the first universal museum of the Arab world, complete with a bronze Oba head looted in 1897 as part of its founding collection. Do you have some water too? I'll have. Oh, thank you. Let's see, where is the, I guess we have the next slide. Humanity. Yeah, here's the picture of the people I took at the British Museum. Humanity likes to collect junk. Seashells collected on beaches or sold in resorts were once an extravagance. Historian Ann Golgar writes, the early modern fervor for shells as prized possessions from foreign lands was founded on a long history of trade and ultimately imperial and colonial exploitation. Thanks to Marilyn Monroe's appearance in Gentlemen Prefer Blondes, we think of diamonds as a girl's best friend, but once pearls were all the rage. The pendant, and I guess we'll switch, yeah, I hate this, the pendant with a monstrous pearl in the form of a Madonna crafted by a Netherlandish artist belonged to Catholic Spain's Queen, Philip II, who considered it's God will that he profit from the Spanish Indies. Today, this bauble is just an allegory to Philip's Atlantic pearl industry and the everlasting devastation it caused. And of course, from climate change, that area has never recovered. So it was Napoleon's plundering which filled the Louvre, as everyone knows, and provided a template for Western museums. Harvard's David Joslet writes, the nationalism of large amounts of art taken from aristocratic and church collections within France framed the reorganization of the Louvre as a massive act of restitution, a kind of repatriation of France's patrimony seized from its secular and ecclesiastical elites and given to the people. The 19th century Industrial Revolution, propelled by fuel manufactured from the whaling trade, I have to get the whaling trade in because I live in Alaska, escalated acquisitions of raw materials, cloth, and minerals from exotic places. While Western factories were early evidence of climate change, as seen in Monet's Foggy Impressions or Turner's coal-fired trains, colonialism was the overarching narrative, a network that not only enabled this so-called progress, but allowed for European and American financial exploitation. This included looting from powerless dependencies by unbridled, unprincipled dealings. Originally crafted for practical or spiritual purposes, objects were stolen or undersold, later to be bought for speculation or aesthetic trophies. Let's see, I guess we don't have, what's the next one? Oh, remember, but I'm not there yet. Okay. So while most who excavate are still laborers, in 1961, Michael Rockefeller disappeared while collecting artifacts in New Guinea. In 1982, the Michael C. Rockefeller Memorial Wing at the Metropolitan opened with hundreds of oceanic objects the family had acquired. His father, Nelson Rockefeller, he was vice president, among other things, declared, "Don't ask me whether this bowl I am holding is a household implement or a ritual vessel. I could not care less." Wealthy collectors who treat crafts as fine art have helped dispel the idea that craftsmanship is inferior. However, completely ignoring an object's original purpose and region render the piece psychologically worthless, which provides more excuses not to return objects. I think I'll catch up with myself.
5 minutes.
Oh, okay. I'm on 5, it's okay. Perhaps this is why the encyclopedic museums cater to the public who seek an amusement park entertainment. Of note, the Metropolitan Museum announced it will be destroying its wood panel bookshop on Fifth Avenue, relocating merchandise to its fluorescent tube basement, repurposing the bookstore for costumes, which the public prefers. Why do people come to museums in such great numbers? According to James Cuno, it's because they hunger to have their world enlarged, their life enriched by the experience of new and strange, wonderful things, and sense made of the difference they confront in the multi-ethnic world in which they live. If the Universal Museum, some objects will politically remain, while others get pressured to go home. And then let's see, we have this one, which was on the cover. And this is interesting because it's an Ashanti jug made in 14th century England. It turned up in West Africa where it morphed into a native talisman, only to be seized as plunder and returned to England. So whether it belongs in Africa or England is debatable. What if a culture is metaphorically seized? Japanese May was popular in the late 19th century, with Gilbert and Sullivan's Mikado. The Japanese exhibition, Flirting with the Exotic, was accompanied by kimonos, which visitors could try on. One was copied from Monet's La Japanese May. Let's see. There were no objects when the show toured, no objection when the show toured Japan, but when it got to Boston's Museum of Fine Arts, they had a fit. And this exhibit, they said this exhibit activity reaffirms the notion that the Asian identified folk are the other, and they do not exist here, and their culture histories with oppressive practices are mere entertainment fodder. The Boston's Japan deputy consul said, "We don't care, it's fine." So there you go. And so let's see. I only have a few minutes left. That's too bad. So I want to talk about, let's see. Well, since World War II, the identification and return of Nazi plunder continues to be in the news. The film Monuments Men with George Clooney, the film Woman in Gold, talked about the Adele Bloch-Bauer portrait. The short film You Hide Me by Ghanaian film director was rediscovered thanks to YouTube. And then smartphones are museum goers with instant research and ability to photograph hundreds of objects. And another thing that's interesting, I haven't gotten to the, hang on. It's interesting that a company in England who founded Ludi has developed a way that you can 3D the Rosetta Stone with a smartphone and a QR card. So then what happens, which proves to be more practical, we have co-owning, and we have loaning, and we have returning. We have returning of the Benin bronzes. I'm going through this fast so I can get done. We have loaning. The British Museum co-owns a painting. Do we have that one with, co-owns a painting with the Getty now, which is interesting because this young man was went with Captain Cook from the Tahiti to England, and he became quite famous, and he actually at great will returned himself to Tahiti. So he was a piece of colonialism, but he left. So I want to end with sharing, which is very interesting to me. There's a unique sharing process between the Aleutic Museum in Kodiak and the Museum Boulogne in Surmail in northern France. And in 1871, French ethnic Alphonse Pinard spent 6 months on Kodiak while he was given masks, which he donated to the museum. And so they were discovered about 20 years ago. And after extensive negotiations, 34 of these masks flew from Alaska to a show in Boulogne-sur-Mer called Like a Face. And there's an artist, a contemporary mask maker, Perry Eaton, and he says, it was groundbreaking from a European museum perspective. No museum wants to loan objects to indigenous people because they fear once they travel to their original home, they would never be returned. The workmanship between the Museum Boulogne-sur-Mer and the Aleutic Museum in Kodiak has been studied by other European museums. So, do I have one more? Well, one more sentence. Formalism, so I think that's one of the objects. Formalism with contemptualism gave museum artifacts back their original heritage, narratives and purposes beyond beauty. Although the other's art can reside next to Western works, who has permission to use, copy, and others' culture is routinely challenged. Acknowledging an object is a sign of wrongdoing, whether it remains in the West or gets restituted, and even shows up on social media, begins the healing process, even if many issues remain unresolved. Okay. Right. Thank you for the water, because I know they're cutting us out. I'm done. Goodbye, right?
Michael.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to keep, you've got my PowerPoint. I'll leave it. Okay. All right.
Thank you very much, Jean. So we'll move from the Universal Museum, but we'll stay in the museum, and a museum much closer to home, Museum of Contemporary Art, Mozak in KRAKÓW, with a paper from Magdalena Mazik, who is the head of education and library there. And I think what's so interesting about this contribution is that it actually focuses on two most important art critics and historians, and for the Polish AICA, very important people, Mieczysław Porębski and Jerzy Ludwiński, and we'll learn about how their archives and libraries are part of now the consciousness of more than just art historians. Magdalena, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present this paper. I'm very honored, but first of all, happy that I can share with you the research, which is a big part not only of my professional work at Mozak, when I am the head of education department, but also which I can develop in my PhD research. And because one of the following presentation is by Dorota Mankiewicz about museum in Warsaw, I decided to make a swing which will focus mostly on the Museum Mozak in KRAKÓW. So I can be considered as her enthusiastic support now. What I really would like to underline is the fact that My main statement is connected with these two spaces, and I consider them as the unique revolutionary spaces for Polish museum studies. Because what happened in Poland, which was like this amazing growth of new museums around 2010, and it happened that two museums, Museum of Contemporary, Wrocław Contemporary Art Museum and Mozak in Kraków, which stands by Museum of Contemporary Art in Kraków, opened not only with the collections, exhibitions, but also with these exhibitions which are a permanent one and which are dedicated to the figures of art theoreticians, which are Jerzy Ludwiński and Mieczysław Poremski. I hope that my friends from Poland won't be bored, but I tried to make this presentation attractive for global audience, so that's why I will have a little bit of the basic at the very beginning, because we are having two art critics, art theoreticians, but as the figures, as the biographies, they were completely different. Poremski, born in 1921, was like the accompanying critic and theoretician for the first avant-garde, connected with the KRAKÓW group, and also what needs to be underlined here, one of the organizers of the AICA Congress in 1975. And he was like worldwide recognized and very established institutionally. Connected with the National Museum Kraków, he was responsible for something which nowadays seems like extremely wide area of interest, which is the gallery of he was a curator of the gallery of 19th century as well as the 20th century art, so a very wide way. He was also like the author of manuals on art history and academic. While Jerzy Ludwiński is a completely different kind of figure, the person who is a spiritus movens for lots of initiative related to the Polish neo-avant-garde and the conceptual art, active participant of unofficial art of the time, the artist who, the theoretician who claimed that he doesn't want to leave behind him any traces. So his legacy, it contains lots of private notes, completely different. Like it's really like can be measured by the very few material studies and lots of influence. I will develop these topics later, but what I wanted to consider and as a particular and important is to invite you to, during your stay in Poland, to get out a little bit of the beaten track and visit these places, because there are the permanent exhibitions dedicated to these people who are on the border between being a theoretician, being the art critic, and being influential in their times. Now I would like to present you the briefest history of Museum of Contemporary Art in Kraków, which is the first museum which was built from the scratch in Poland after 1945. The museum is located on the area of former Schindler factory, so we are just next door to one of the main Kraków touristic attractions. And as I told, it will be a very short story because the museum was erected in a very short time thanks to the European Union fundings and lots of deadlines. But now, as you can see, we are on after a decade of our activities, and that's like the best moment to decide what we have done. And what's happened in this main building is that the museum has exhibits its collection, which now contains more than 5,000 artworks, organize a couple hundreds of temporary exhibitions, which attracts around 160,000 visitors per year, has the idealistic museum educational program, and which aims to turn the society into the society open and oriented towards the contemporary art, so everyone, despite the age or social status, can get involved in the this dialogue about contemporary art. But I don't want to talk too much about it because on Friday at 5 p.m. I invite you for the guided tour to our museum, and you can see what's going on there now. And to be honest, I checked how many people sign up. So if someone resigns after my speech, I will treat it very personally. I would like to invite you to follow with me this path, because in this building along the main museum hall are located a few spaces. And Mieczysław Poremski Library, here presented of one of these amazing visualization photographs with no people, no life, functions as the part of bigger context, as the is located aside of Mozak Library, which operates like a public library, which attracts a very broad public. So these two spaces, which are on one hand like very modern white cube style with movable elements, which can be arranged to many workshops, and this a little bit like this, you know, like one big installation of art is a part of bigger projects which are Mozak archives. As it was mentioned at the beginning of the sessions, that archives doesn't need to be presented, be displayed. It's like that here we decided to have this very interesting way of presentation, which is showing the library of the scholar, like it was like the academic library of Poremski. And of course, this kind of spaces can be discussed in many different contexts, starting from biographical museums, artist studio discourse, writer studio discourse. And as we are in this international gremium here, I would like to focus on a few examples which builds our image of that space, starting with the most recognizable, fundamental for Polish art history space, which is the Neo-Visual Room by Władysław Strzemiński, which is a heart of the Museum of Art in Łódź. And that brings us to this aspect which I would like to underline as I'm going to talk about the education. That's like this aspect of sharing, which is connected with the generosity, and also with this element of courage when we put something on a public display. The second context, which is more local and which I put here because you already visited it during the Congress, is the studio of Tadeusz Kantor, because Mieczysław Poremski was very close with this generation of artists, with Kantor himself. So I think that there are some influences which can be considered as this way of thinking about our own work presented even at the moment when we are not there anymore. Then we are having places which played a big role, which was culture forming, a place of gathering and social lives, like Władysław Hasior studio in Zakopane, which is a part of Tatra Museum now and get renewed and refurbished. And the completely opposite situation, also the artist studio located on the top floor of the block of flat in Warsaw, which is so strictly connected with the material layer of the studio, with the material of the studio, all the material traces and artist intervention. And this is like a studio of Edward Krasiński and Henryk Starzewski, and also the way when we look here how the artists are usually presented in their studio. Usually they are presented alone, and what I'm trying to underline is this power of moment that these places get public. So here we are coming back to Mozak, and what is particular about this is the fact that, of course, institutionalization is connected with this transfer from private to public. Our museum defined the Mieczysław Porębski environment through furniture, books, and art. And the whole process of designing the museum was led by his son, Jerzy Porębski, who is a designer and the academic teacher as well. And on the as you can see here, lots of artworks just like randomly put here, completely redesign in the place of the library. So I think that this element of the own control of the image with the library creates is really important. So we are having this process which is, as I told, furniture took from the original place, artworks put into the museum, or they're building a few narrations, which I hope I can present better during the guided tour. And this aspect that there is something about affects, emotion, when the exhibition is created by the son of person who did it. It's a completely different with Jerzy Ludwiński archive, where after Ludwiński death, his archive is located in the Museum of Wrocław Contemporary Art Museum. It's on the ground floor of the museum, so the whole museum somehow grows up from these thoughts. And the difference we can see here, it's like they are all materials possible presented. So there are videos, there are texts. Actually, this exhibition is educational itself. It's like that we doesn't need any other comments because everything is put on display, which is different than in the case of Mieczysław Porębski, because that's the place which people need to discover. There are no subtitles, and subtitles, neither other information provided. And to sum up, for example, the aspect which I will skip is the aspect that both of them did drawings, which can be very important to this. But if you can open just this poster to quickly do this, because that's the way how the permaculture theory of institution can be applied. Because this paper could be also told what I learned from working in such a space. The space which is open for public is the fact that bringing other people in is like opening our perspective of the place. And the power of education is that people don't hesitate to ask these questions, which we as the scholar, as the people with like very organized professional knowledge don't ask so often, like what it's all about, what it's for. And I'm not telling that it's like that 5-year-old child can completely, put under consideration all our work. But as we can see, after seeing how this place operates as the part of the institution, we decide that we don't speak only about it as the library, we speak about it like the exhibition. And what I wanted to present is the fact that this place get the narration, which became very polycentric, oriented to many different topics. And I will just show the challenges which in our daily life we deal in our work. So first of all, it's like this private-public tension. It's like one part of the categories we used to use between the visitor and the user, access and preservation, creativity and education, books and art, text, image, and all questions which erased from this are just like the fruits of the fact that the space get open for public. So I would like to invite you to contribute to this open situation. And if you like to get to know more about Mieczysław Porębski, I brought like this small publication which will be accessible at this, maybe at this table in front of the room. And thank you for for listening, and I really would like to invite you to the museum tour at 5 on Friday. Thank you.
Thank you, Magdalena, and we'll now move to our last speaker, Raluca Wancha from Bucharest. She is teaching aesthetics and new media at the Arts University in Bucharest, and I guess we'll now move into activating the archives in a special way.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Okay. What I'm interested in here is finding some formulas to make art beyond the museum, and a few words about the context. Today we are faced with a postmodern time when more and more voices in the international field call for diversity, new and more flexible structures, and also for an abolition of Western cultural dichotomies such as art versus science, artist versus public, and so on. And in the global art world, all the global art world tries to foster new modes of organization in the fields and new ways of interdisciplinary collaborations and formulas for biennials, art exhibition, like mobile exhibitions, horizontal, non-hierarchical, with long-term impact for participants and also for the local community. And the most important idea it is that from the perspective of both artists and critics, our modern institutions with their Enlightenment-rooted concepts and approaches are unfit to meet the challenges that arise from current cultural or social disputes, and also from the series of economic, geopolitical, and ecological crises. And talking about ecological crisis, what you see here, it's an example of eco-art installation by Mel Chin that extracts toxic heavy metals from soil with the help of some special plants. And a few words about ecological art, which is linked with the concept of care I will shortly talk about. That is a practice that creates awareness and also stimulates interdisciplinary dialogue. And what you see here in the picture is called the biosculpture. And this biosculpture employed plants as water purifiers. And the artist is Jackie Bruckner, who raised a crucial point about eco-art. Why grow plants on sculptures? She asked. Why not just grow them in the ground, as in most bioremediation projects? And the answer was that the aesthetic and conceptual functions of eco-art in general are important because for true ecological restoration, it is not enough to restore the ecosystem. We need to change ourselves. And to make people care and to affect values, heart and bodies, is the work art can do so well. So the concept of care itself implies a paradox. As stated in the recent Care Manifesto, despite our persistent connections via social media, we are confronted with a reign of carelessness, an accelerating social system of organized loneliness. So in order to disentangle this paradox, my first part of the presentation will bring together new perspectives in visual arts, and I want to talk about the politics of care. And here in the picture we have an example of a poetic vegetal projection from Documenta 15 with the phenomenological approach. And I will talk a little about the definition of care as the very essence of being human, and also about the theory of dwelling, where to be means to dwell. So we can say that we are our landscapes, we are our buildings and our places. And in German phenomenology, care is the essence of man, though man can only exist as a being in the world open to relationship. Applied to artistic practice, this will generate the so-called curating as a politics of care, and here you have a publication on this subject. And the politics of care is a viable alternative to rigid institutional curating and also to old, detached, and objective criticism. Consequently, this is what Ruang Grupa, the Indonesian collective you see here in the picture, launched at Documenta 15. And my paper will present two innovative formulas of art making beyond the traditional institution of the museum. And I will start talking a little about Documenta 15. I want to argue that using community-oriented archives and also art projects created by artists such as Dan Perzhowski, and you can see Dan Perzhowski here with me, drinking tea inside an installation at Documenta 15 and wondering if it's possible to dwell in a museum. So using this kind of projects, Documenta 15 proves that art can be more than an artifact and can in fact serve as a catalyst for culture and social change and shape ways in which care is experienced and understood today. The space dedicated at Documenta 15 to the study of community-oriented archives was vast. And here are the names of some archives. And another idea is that consulting the archives required a considerable amount of time. So the idea here is that art can be, has to be associated with a special kind of time, with a special time, a qualitative time, similar to that durée that was coined by Bergson, and also similar with Jam Karet, the concept of the indulgent, resilient rubber time specific to the Indonesian archipelago, one of the few places where people still have the patience to wait for their friends or to grasp art. But the most impressive project of the Fried School program of Documenta was the project by Dan Perzhowski, who had the difficult task of integrating the classicist architecture of Friedrichianum Museum into the Lumbung atmosphere. And the solution, as you see here, was to transform the 6 columns supporting the pediment of the building into a so-called 3D billboard, inscribed with drawings illustrating Lumbung values, generosity, regeneration, and so on. And another interesting project here was by Nasan Collective, a site-specific installation named Vietnamese Immigrating Garden. And this project was a real garden where immigrants could work, and the garden nourished them back. And they also produced a database with Vietnamese teas and recipes. So the question here is, can an immigrant dwell? Dwelling for Heidegger, it is a way of being in the world. So to dwell is not just to possess a place to stay or an address, but to be yourself, to feel at home. And another project was the floating gardens on Fulda River by Ilona Nemeth. And you see here that the projects at Documenta proposed new concepts, such as ecosystem, climate justice, sustainability, and critical thinking. And here I have a video, and it's the project by Nguyen Trinh Thi. And Nguyen Trinh Thi created here, blending elements of literature, sound, image, and technology, a live theater in which the wind from Vietnam forests influences the soundscape. And the installation consisted of ever-shifting shadows projected onto the walls of an old tower, so not in a museum, and they created using illuminated chili plants and acoustic sounds played bamboo traditional flutes. And the project took inspiration from a novel that was forbidden in Vietnam because of the critical description of the treatment in the present camps from the north. And I will discuss another project by La Intermundial Olobiente, a group that gathers an artist, a philosopher, and also a writer. And here you can talk about the fourfold, that state of balance of man with sky and earth. And the last project from Documenta, it interested me because it was installed in a greenhouse, and it was it combined a sound collage from Colombian forests with tree trunks attacked by beetles in the castle forest. And my second case study refers to the artistic archives produced by Romanian artists in order to challenge the hegemonic power of the cultural and political institution interpreted by Foucault as the rulers of both knowledge and the archives. And as far as the Romanian context is concerned, the so-called archive fever only appeared in the post-communist period. As Cristian Nae observed, the archives created after 1989 were directly linked to the desire to rewrite the memory of the communist period and also to the double identity trauma related to the destabilizing coexistence between a shameful past and an uncertain future. These archives will employ either the construction of subjective histories of art, see Ilya Perzhovsky's work, or fictional histories developed from real characters or events recorded in physical archives. And I will present the work of Kinema Icon with the Arad Art Museum archive. So Kinema Icon is an interdisciplinary collective of poets, artists, scientists, and architects from Arad, which recently celebrated 50 years of artistic engagement in experimental film and new media art, and have represented Romania with honor at the Venice Biennale in 2003. And an important aspect taken into account by this paper, by my paper, is that the contemporary artist is reshaped nowadays as a researcher and also as an archivist, capable of sorting and interpreting documents. In this context, due to the fact that the leaders of the Kinema Icon group are museographers working with the archive of documents and objects of Arad Art Museum, the group is qualified in transforming artifacts into digital objects, stored on multimedia CD-ROMs or on the internet. Their mixed media installation of the 90s and later multimedia applications developed around the construction of hyper-narratives, alternative histories that bring together documents and artifacts from the museum with private photo albums and also with stories gathered by the leaders of the group from villages in Banat. And what you see here is an example, is the case of Toropalos dog. In the first place, a character from a story from George Sabou's village, later associated with a photograph. How can I press that?
3 minutes left.
Okay. And you can see here the photos, and at the top you can see Toropalos dog transforming into a manipulated digital image on the Commedia del Multimedia CD-ROM. Here is an example of deconstructing the museum space and transform a physical exhibition in a digital project on a CD-ROM. So we are confronted here with a database of artistic projects dematerialized and located in the virtual space. Last but not least, Daguerrenet is a hybrid archive, personal and vernacular, and combines family photographs with found footage of the prisoners incarcerated in poor condition in the fortress of Arad during the First World War. And the story of the 10,000 prisoners deported from former Yugoslavia after the Sarajevo assassination was mixed by Kalin Mann with the stories of both of his grandfathers. And the important question here is, are there any substantial changes of the European political map since 1914 till today? And as a transmedia project, the AGERnet has multiple versions, and the last version that you see here in the picture is a new media game where the user can alter or even delete the characters taken from old photos, thus reminding us of the habit of dictators to erase inconvenient facts and persons from historical documents and photographs. How is my time? I can end here. Okay, thank you.
So I'd like to invite all the speakers, and we have about 20 minutes for questions and comments and reflections. It's really important that we get into some discussion, as there's been a lack of that in previous sessions. And I think there was a request from Richard that if there are also questions regarding the panel yesterday, that we can take that on board as well. I can stand.
I don't need
No,
to.
it's okay. You can
understand. Okay.
Can we also maybe collect all the comments and questions and then try to address them en masse? I think that would facilitate the process. That's just a formal suggestion. My comment first of all, thank you very much to all the speakers for the illuminating talks. I have a reflection and a question concerning Anna Fabiola's presentation. I will start with a question. Could you elaborate on the relationship between the more grassroots examples of institutioning that you brought up in the beginning and l'Internationale, which you mentioned towards the end? And my reflection is that, and this might sound a bit rough, but this is something I've discovered through my own critical practice. I think one should be wary not to end up in the position of, as Gramsci would say, a master of legitimation when trying to make a comparison or show a certain relationship between big, monumental, wealthy institutions and more grassroots initiatives, because the former really like to be compared to the latter these days. And they're thankfully trying to learn from the local bottom-up initiatives. But this is where my question stems from, because I'm sure that there is a link, but I feel like maybe some elaboration was missing as to what is the exact relationship binding all these examples, or kind of providing a bridge between them. Thank you.
Would you like an answer now, or shall we have more? So maybe more questions. Henry?
Thank you. I think mine may, in a sense, connect with the last comment. I enjoyed very much the last two interventions, but one was about turning the archive into an exhibit, and the second one was freeing up the archive and animating in some way. And it seems to me that corresponds to two different art historical attitudes. One is historicizing, placing in the past. The other is placing totally in the present and distributing, as it were, within a wide range of issues. My question is, what can be done to animate or reanimate the historical past and to make it relevant to the present? So what can be done with your Borevsky, for instance, archive, to make it available to researchers and to artists and people, and of course to the general public? I see that you're allowing people in and to look at it, but what I'm looking for is a sort of animation of the material, which moves a little bit more towards the contemporary concerns and the widening of the issues.
Thank you, Henry. And another question here.
Yes, it's more or less it's about the same questions that Lazarus has suggested. I mean, I just would like to understand which are the criteria of the International to say that such institution is able to be in their criteria or not. I mean, I'm thinking very precisely to the Reina Sofia and the Magba, and I don't see how they can fit in this kind of qualification, I would say. But anyway.
Right, so if there are no more questions from there's one more. Emmanuel. Yeah, it's coming, the mic is coming to you. There's one more, sorry.
Yeah, mine was specifically for Magdalena. I just wanted to know whether Borevsky had a particular classification method for his books and materials, and whether you've retained that or whether you've moved to a kind of more standard classification for your library.
And we'll just take one more from Emmanuel.
Yeah, hello, thank you all. And it was just also to link a bit the approach of Jean about the restitution and the question of opening up and making more accessible the archives about the... because I found your points, Jean, very interesting, in as much as you made sensible that, you know, what we call the colonization, the restitution of artifacts is not linked to the historical colonial period of Europe of the Western world in the 2 centuries. We are ourselves, in all our different nations here, the 20 countries that are represented in this assembly, the result of colonization, oppression, and, you know, just like where and when would we start in all forms of collection if we needed to restitute objects? You know, you mentioned Napoleon, but we could go as far as, you know, just like the Romans looting Greece and so on. Where would it go in this process? At some point, there's no turning back for us former colonized and colonizers, and for the rest of the world now. We have to integrate and accept that. Hence, the importance, the crucial importance of documenting the process of acquisition of the acquisition within brackets, of course, because very often it was like under-acquired or looted or stolen and so on, of documenting this in the archives of the collection of the different museums, from old masters, traditional museum, ethnographical museums, to contemporary art. Because there, the question, more than the question of restitution, I would emphasize the importance of reparation in a way. And reparation goes in a symbolic way. It can be material, but it can be symbolic. You know, the question about like restituting somehow is like double-edged, because it could mean that we are getting rid of our sense of guilt by evacuating the problems. I think it's very important that here and now still we keep these some memories of this colonial past to mediate it, to make us aware. We don't have like to just get rid of it in an easy way, pour nous rendre bonne conscience, as we say in French, you know, just so it is important to acknowledge on both hands and let, you know, in the present state, you know, we're mentioning indigenous nations and so on, let them decide if they really want it, because in a way, you know, the artifacts have been defunctionalized from their context of origin. There is the question if they want to set up, even if now we're speaking about open museums as such in their own communities, etc., etc. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And can I say one thing? I mean, I think it's, can I say one thing first, 2 seconds? Oh, one of on the EMAG, someone pulled out this year from Africa because they felt that all this emphasis on colonialism means no one cares about modernism. And the other thing, the Van Gogh piece, which got, you know, because of time, the question is how much does the public, you know, the Van Gogh show is this one that, you know, is the enlarge the Van Gogh pieces and you go into the warehousey situation and you get enmeshed into the Van Gogh project. And the question is, you know, have we lost so much that no one really cares what we do, because, you know, you can see so much on video and stuff. Do we really care whether we give anything back at all? So, thank you.
Right. So I think maybe we'll try and have a discussion here. I think I wanted to add to these questions this question of whose voice really matters. And I think the example of Documenta, where we all hope that there will be a very different formation, also resulted in an incredibly painful backlash to the Ruan Grupa. So, you know, their intentions or their voice or their way of kind of exploding the canon, the institution of the Documenta has also left us with some painful experiences, and especially left them questioning why they were invited in the first place. So let's start with Anna. I think that was the first question of this relationship between the Trudy Grassroots and the L'Internationale.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you for the question. It was not a comparison. The two initial examples, very brief examples of what me and my colleague Luisa pointed out to as looking back, as we were talking about in the case of the Bergen Architectural School, founded in 1986, in the case of the Kota Okola Collective, founded in the 1990s. So it was to look back at practices that already existed, grassroots practices that had already existed, as examples of ways in which these now seemingly new formats and seemingly new ways of looking at things and considering ways of practicing already have some examples, a lot of examples of how these things can be done. And so it was not an example, it was then just cut to our current situation, and one of the examples of a completely different scale and with a completely different logics behind it in the sense of funding, L'Internationale. And what I think is relevant regarding L'Internationale is that they demonstrate that I took the example of L'Internationale and not the example of our project, the institutionings, because our project is still being developed, it's still not currently funded, and so we are working just on the basis of voluntary work. But this to say that L'Internationale has very, very different sized and audience target and very different practice institutions, much like our institutioning. We have the foundation, the Gulbenkian Foundation, which is the biggest cultural foundation in Portugal, and we have ANGAR, which is a completely independent arts organization. And what is relevant in L'Internationale is that they have demonstrated, which is they have the same kind of situations. They have demonstrated, they have the MACBA, they have the Reina Sofia, but then they also have the Transit Romania. They have other types of institutions that work in completely different ways. And yet all of these different functioning and differently funded institutions with different capabilities at all levels manage to work together and manage to develop something that seeks to demonstrate exactly how these different ecosystems can coexist as best as they can, and can help in transforming perspectives. And so I don't know if I answered both questions, but this in a very summed up way, and obviously a 15-minute presentation cannot encompass all of the necessary details, but just to leave that note that it wasn't a comparison, and that the criteria is more on logics of who wants to be part of this experiment, of how institutions can change their functioning. And obviously when we're talking about L'Internationale, with the kind of funding that they have, certain rules have to be followed, but if we don't start from somewhere, it's like was also mentioned, this notion of working with what's at hand and then working on it, and trying to develop further from that, but starting from what is possible. Otherwise, if we think that just because we have to follow, for example, European Commission's funding's rules, then we cannot be fully independent. We cannot be. Then we would develop new ways of working. It's a way of, again, working with what's at hand and trying to develop further from that.
That's an interesting answer, especially this kind of last sentence of what's at hand, because that doesn't actually answer the question of the criteria. And I would say that, you know, knowing a little bit and knowing some of the participating institutions, it's really based on friendships. And that's how I think the art world, and we are all part of it, know very well that that's how things get done. And that's very often is that criterion. So then it's very difficult to join that club if you are not part of the friendship. So, you know, we don't need to maybe go further on that. And just move to Henry's question, which is more about to Magdalena with an example of the displaying of the archive versus activating the resources, making things available, changing the narrative, and, you know, who are the actors that are involved in that activation.
Thank you so much for these questions. Actually, that's the questions which I keep asking myself every day during the best life years of my life, I hope. And it's like that, referring also to your last comment, it's like that I treat also this Poremski library as the that we present Poremski in the context of his friends. And for me, it's like the exhibition which tells about the whole particular generation, artistic formation, and what we do is like that. That's what this poster I had on the last slides which presents all these tensions between preserving and making accessible. Because my first general point is that to make archives, to activate the archives is the way to make them accessible. And it starts like with the very simple solutions like the opening hours where people can consult them, the whole process of searching the documents. And what we do is like that by recreating Poremski library, we created a very particular environment for people who come to consult them. But but the second step is like that we do involve the archive and the library to, it's like the integral part of museum education. And also in our educational program, it's really visible that library is the place which hosts the events, and it's also connected with the fact that the library is connected with some with a model of distributing the knowledge, which is not definitely connected with like some what we consider museum group organized education. So people can come there on their own conditions, that's I would say. So for me, it's a little bit like that. Now, after the decade, I have the feeling that we did like the basic works. So these things are prepared for the use of public, and now is the moment when we need to reflect on it from the more critical point of view. So the question is open, and I think that one of the slides which was presenting children who compared their drawings to Poremski drawings is the example that, like, definitely after having 600 children who did it, my thought on this institution is much elaborated in the beginning. And it's also, maybe the last thoughts on this topic is that institutions also needs time. And our museum, like this very short history of Mozart, was also a proof for this, that Mozart appeared like really quickly on the in the Krakowian landscape. So the demands were very high, but institution also needs the moment to establish and just think through. So that's my so that then permaculture can appear when there is a time and space.
Great, thank you. And maybe two last question from Emmanuel, where you're saying that, of course, we are all ourselves the result of colonization, but I thought maybe... Sorry?
Well, I can add a few words
okay.
about my presentation and this idea of activating the archives. And in short, I have to say that we have to take into consideration the role of the technology today. And I had in my presentation a couple of slides about an exhibition I curated with very young artists, students, and there the role of technology was important. And another step for the first step to activate the archives is to digitalize them. And after these steps, when there are can be saw and consult for free, the artist can work with them and so on.
I absolutely agree with this.
Okay, I probably would feel that it's quite contentious to just put our face in digital. I must say that the analog is still with us and needs to be protected in many different ways. It gives us a very different experience than the same artifact being digitalized. So just to return to restitution and the process, I think that you, Emmanuel, were referring to is documenting the process, maybe not of acquisition, but it's the process of accession to collections, to museums, to institutions. I wonder if, Jean, you would like to say something more about that.
Everyone's probably tired and wants to go to lunch, right?
Oh, everyone is tired and wants to go away. I thought everyone wants to. I'm not sure.
In average, I mean, I think that this question is sort of restitution is debatable because, it's true, these museums have a lot of stuff in them, and even the public who gets to go through the museum doesn't get to see it. So, there's the question of how much do you give back, how much do you don't, and, how much does the public react to this problem of giving it back? Do we ignore them or not? I mean, it's true that people, go to the museum, everyone likes to, eat lunch and exit through the gift shop. And there's certainly a lot of people I have talked to that are happier having the, art in the the Western institutions. So, the debate continues. I also, my love for EMAG, I can't stop. Please, anybody who doesn't, anything at this conference, I would love to see it. We would be happy to publish it on the EMAG. The more, the merrier. So thank you.
Thank you, all the contributors, and thank you for listening.
And all the registered participants are welcome to join at the lunch establishment, the same as yesterday. And we see each other in 1 hour.
Do we need to sign up for Friday? Okay, I'd love to go. So, I didn't know you had to sign up. I figured that we would just be heard,
Because you have to choose between.
Oh, that's why now there's between the
national.
But then you. So which one? And that is the Schindler Institute, which is really interesting.
is with us? Not yet. And Eli Leventaki? Not yet, okay. And we have also Raluca. Uh-huh.
I have the paper to read, but you have my PowerPoint, I hope.
Your presentation.
Yes. Because, you know, I know, yes, but it is come see, come ça.
You can.
Oh, if you can do it.
I can do it for you.
Yeah, it helps me a lot because when you are reading the paper, so it is.
I saw a really good approach to stand on the side of that podium and to microphone.
And you are going to sit to be here? Yes?
Yeah, I think.
Or sit? What do you prefer?
I think it's better to stay.
Yes, okay.
All the others have been staying. So
yes?
I didn't think.
Okay. Okay.
It's like that normally.
Yes. Okay, the pictures are not good, but it's...
I don't like staying because I'm shivering all the time.
Yeah, and I have also problems with my back, so... but I think it's better.
Okay.
So that's everything...
Because we have the microphone here. So.
Yeah, then we have more microphones. There's like 4 of them. You can see.
I can see them. No problem for me.
Yes.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. So maybe
it's more friendly.
Relaxing.
Yes, it's really because when you have such an international audience, it is also some nerves.
Of my language, and then also I see the it was better here.
Okay. Yes. Mm-hmm.
This,
and you can like that red dot if you want somewhere mark. You know, there's like that red dot. So hold it.
No, I don't want to.
Okay, no worries.
I don't want to because it makes me nervous. When I'm speaking
distraction,
freely,
yes.
Another thing. Normally PowerPoint helps to speak freely, but this I have written so much, so I don't. So. We'll do it, you do it.
One person print of her presentation to show me with the numbers when I have to like change it.
It goes.
Że jest na końcu, wiem. Pan już wie.
My to powiedzieliśmy.
Bo on jest na końcu. Ona jest na końcu, więc to nie jest jakiś problem specjalny, nie? Natomiast ja ile mam 20, bo ja tu muszę pilnować czasu. Jak to 15 jest. A, 15? Aha.
I jeszcze jest pytanie, czy też transmisja jest włączona na rozmowę. Może jej powiedzieć. Myślę, że można jej powiedzieć tak.
No właśnie nie wiem.
Ja też nie wiem. Ale wydaje mi się, że też jest fair powiedzenie, że będzie transmitowana i musi odpowiadać.
Bo głupio by było, że nie była transmitowana dyskusja w sumie, nie? Przed nim. I wszystkie inne osoby były poszkodowane.
names in my paper. The names in my paper are in speed.
Ja mogę przychodzić. Po prostu. On jest tutaj za drzwiami.
Czyli co, umawiamy się, że ja mówię, ja nie mogę powiedzieć jak wszyscy są nagrywani, że ona nie będzie nagrywana, bo security wtedy może właśnie stwierdzić, aha, nie? Także ja nie będę tego mówić, dopiero jak Esra będzie mówić, wyłączy się, to ja wtedy powiem, że proszę pytania do Esry, nie?
Tak, podejdę.
Czyli tak się umawiamy, no bo jeżeli ona ma tam ryzykować, nie wiem, jakieś poważne rzeczy, słuchajcie, to żeby wpadki nie było, nie? Tak, wszystko gra.
Musisz być okrutna, jeżeli chodzi o czas.
Będę okrutna, natomiast o której mamy skończyć? Cieszę się, że mogę być okrutna.
Musimy zakończyć o 16.
Co?
O 16 szarp musimy skończyć.
Okej, dobra. Okej. Czyli słuchaj, wchodzimy w konkurencję.
Myślę, że powoli.
Yeah. Yes. I got some ideas for listening to podcasts.
Hello, welcome to the panel number 4. I am a moderator and a guardian of time. Each speaker has only 15 minutes. And the title of panel number 4 is about canon, and I think that, precisely speaking, about predicament of canon, to borrow and rephrase the subtitle from James Clifford's book. And I would like to say just a few words about canon, because I'm based at the University of Wrocław, a city which was once German Breslau and became part of Poland after World War II. So I give you some examples. What is going on in canon on this such-called recovered lands, yes? Yesterday you've seen the exhibition, Steichen's exhibition, and probably you have noticed Gerhard Hauptmann portrait, who was born in today's Szczawno-Zdrój and died in today's Jelenia Góra. And he's now in not all over Poland canon, but of Lower Silesia canon, yes? So I moved from Kraków to the Lower Silesia, and I really learned a lot about how to blur these national borders and to be more inclusive when we think about canon. Not to mention Gerhard Hauptmann, who was a writer, but someone much closer to art history. I would like to underline that Elsa von Freytag-Loringhofen, famous Baroness Elsa, was born in today's Świnoujście, so she's also in canon, but not in Poland's canon, but in canons of Polish feminists. Yes, so this is how we are blurring this nationalistic borders. So the knowledge produced from Wrocław does not conform to the national canon of Polish art. because for us in Wrocław, our heritage is German, Czech, Silesian, and we do value dialogue with other culture. And to be a little bit sarcastic and relating to the first speech of our chief Arek, we have not dead bodies of venerable national saints nor graves of great Polish kings in Lower Silesia, and we do not believe in a resurrection, miracle resurrection of dead bodies on the Lower Silesia, yes? So I would like in this word to encourage you to discuss canons and to tease the heritage of Krakow, which is our beloved city we love so much, but it is so much related to blood ties, yes? And what was done in the so-called recovered territories is to think about different kinds of affinities, which are these people were first frustrated being in alien environment, and then they decided to take care of the land of the heritage. Yes, so it is really very important that in Wrocław misfits are not marginalized but celebrated. I would also, if you allow me, I would like to acknowledge Piotr Piotrowski. It is unbelievable. He died already 8 years ago, and he was he had a very clear and radical proposal for the issue of canon. Let's do not add anything to existing canon, the old canon, but dismantle it altogether. Yes, he did it so spectacularly. And now we have some tools, thanks to Piotrowski, and methods for doing it now. I think decolonial and feminist studies made a great contribution. So we now know that as art critics, we shouldn't reinforce unjust social hierarchies or self-capitalist exploitation. Our knowledge should be more inclusive and reparative, and we should embrace not only boldness, but also ignorance, failure, but also care, responsibility, and empathy. So without further ado, let's plunge right into our panel. Our first speaker is Maria Tertu-Kivirinta, who came from University of Helsinki and who is the vice president of AICA International. And what is the most important, she is rewriting the history of Finnish art. And she will say us something about how to construct a critical dialogue with the National Gallery collection hanging. The floor is yours, Maria.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed your lunch, and I hope you can enjoy my presentation. So, I haven't rewritten the history. It were the curators of the Atheneum Museum in Helsinki. But let's start. So, question of time. Critical dialogue with the National Gallery hanging, when the normalized canon of Finnish art history has got a new look in the main museum, Atheneum in Helsinki. As an art critic and art historian from Finland, my subject is a short dialogue between art museums and art criticism using the Finnish National Gallery in Helsinki as my example in this presentation. The focus is on the issue how to see the collection of the old art museum that constructs a national narrative, a story of national art and that of a Nordic nation in the Russian border, and how to use it as an example of the new hanging called Question of Time that opened in the Atheneum building after the reconstruction of a year in spring 2023. My problem as an art critic is on the way of hanging. how the presented art from the 18th century until today can express the themes. And what is my relationship to the art institution to tell the stories to contemporary public, in which some of the representatives do know well the works of this museum collection and some do not know anything. The questions to propose are interesting because the curators of the exhibitions have given 5 sub-themes, one of which is under the power of art, the other, the time of nature, the third, the pictures of people, the fourth, the many forms of modern, and the fifth, from artist pictures to of a people, letters to the periods of art collections. I cannot concentrate on all of them. First, here is under the power of art. It is the main building of Finnish National Gallery, Atheneum, by architect Theodor Höjer, opened in 1887, after being built on behalf of the initiative of many national institutions of already 1840s, mainly by Finnish Art Society and Finnish Artists Society, in the capital of a country that was not an independent nation, but an autonomy, a Grand Duchy, I don't know how to pronounce this, with its own constitution reigned by Russian Tsar. Own national culture and art were important targets for the future independence. The main exhibition hall in the second floor of Atheneum is hanging of heavy history of the nation even today. For the big audience, it means the canon of national Finnish art with loved, known and famous works of 19th and early 20th centuries. The history reminds of the period that a certain region, Finland, after hundreds of years under the kingdom of Sweden, as an eastern part of it, without name in the maps, was under Russia in 1809 to the independence of 1917. It was the result of a war between Sweden and Russia in 1808 to 1809, the only war of Sweden. After it, no wars in Sweden. That was followed by a strong national movement as a part of same kind of movements at the time in Europe. The nationalistic idea that was presented in its culture, art, music and literature. In the picture we see a sketch by sculptor Walter Runeberg, a son of Finnish national poet of the time, Johan Ludvig Runeberg, who wrote in Swedish stories about the war between Sweden and Russia. The small statue is with the name Finland Protecting Her Constitution. The big statue of the same subject in marble stays today in the palace of Finland's president. Next. So, the museum has a long history as a national gallery, and its art collections were built because of associations as well of private collectors who wanted to donate the artworks they had collected for its basis. Here are still in one of the themes in the question of power. That is why the goodwill and open mind formed already in the beginning of a kind of art, historical canon or a myth about the main points of national art, national landscape and national nature, national people, national language, etc. In this autonomy, where most of the people of noble classes spoke Swedish, having Swedish names, family names, and countryside, local Finnish people spoke variations of Finnish. In the picture opens the scenery of the new collection of 2023 this year. Name of the exhibition's question of the time is given by 4 curators. The outlook of the main exhibition hall is changed now. One of the 4 themes is presented there, Time of the Nature. Works are from the 19th century even to contemporary art that normally is hung in another part of Finnish National Gallery in Kiasma, the Museum of Contemporary Art in its own building of 1990s by American architect Stephen Hall. In my abstract, I write, according the name of the exhibition of the museum is framing the themes of contemporary world today, COVID, pandemic, the war in Ukraine, refugees, economic situation, inflation, political breakup, and movement in Finland from social democrat left to the right-wing government. Some thematical frames are also Black Lives Matter, Me Too, and global problems of environment as well. Now, in my presentation, that theme, Time of the Nature, environment, is the primary. What is happening to the nature today? Is a human being still the one in power on this globe? Global mourning about the nature. Art as a social comment was the main issue already in 1970s critical realism. Painter and author Leo Lindsten painted Nameless, and in the landscape we can see Finland's white general, Carl Gustaf, white general of the Civil War of 1918, Carl Gustaf Mannerheim, nobleman, soldier, and explorer, and later on the president of the country during the World War II. And the second work is The Globe by painter Kimmo Kaivanto, an artist who was very conscious about neo-dada and pop of 1960s, but also about nature and environment issues already then. To turn the gaze from your human power to animals, the theme of death of the nature, canopy of nature. Death is a death of a cow mother and its baby. This is a contemporary artwork, Toni R. Toivonen, the name of the work, Giving Birth and Dying Still, from 2016. A contemporary artwork here, looking at the work on brass with original substances of the dead animal. Some people ask, why is this work here in the exhibition? It is so straight and difficult to look at death. Although some people say that the work is beautiful like a painting, it's reflecting light. We ask, what happened to the ancient small and hairy pigs of the countryside? A painting by Magnus von Wright, Pigs and Magpies, oil painting from the 1875. The artist is very famous of his paintings of birds. Here he has depicted interaction between eating animals, but we can go deeper and see that it is the question of extinction that the artist couldn't know in his time. The farm animals were bred for increasing, and this was not the suitable genre for it. We do not see any more hairy pigs, and pigs in general feel free in the farm courtyards. They are in the service of human pig and meat industry. In this forest interior from 1852 by the painter Bernt Lindholm, there are many issues to discuss, but just shortly. The nationality of people in the 1850s, as Finland was a part of Russia. The artist and the painting of a rocky landscape in which he was very interested. Most of his painting, Lindholm, made in Sweden because he lived there many years. But he himself thought his painting is Finnish nature. Can a painting made in Sweden depict the forests in Finland? Another issue is again the human relationship with the nature. We can see signs of human activity and influence. This depicts also the period when Finnish forest industry developed into a major player in the national economy as it's still today. Moving from national landscape to images of a people, national people. In its time, this painting was regarded as, okay, sorry, in its time, that painting was regarding the national criticism. In 1890s, a picture of countryside, poor people with their unfavorable agriculture. But here we can ask again, what is the humanity's role in shaping the environment and the climate? The painting is by Eero Järnefelt, in English under the joke, Burning the Brushwood. Järnefelt is from a cultural family of artists, composers and writers. Their father was a high Finnish official, a representative, a Russian Tsar in Finland. Their mother, Elizabeth, was a civilized Russian noblewoman from St. Petersburg, where Eero had studied in art academy. He had had contacts with the critical Russian painters movement of his time. The two artist self-portraits from National Canon of Finland's art history. The famous female artist Tuva Jansson and Helene Skärbeck, very briefly. They are here just because of nationality. Both are Finnish, but both had Swedish background. Tuva Jansson, who is better known as an illustrator and writer and her comics and moving figures done as an artist. Her mother was Swedish, and Helene Skärbeck's father was Swedish. So I go on now, Asahari. And then two contemporary examples of Finland today and yesterday about nationality. Sirpa Alalääkkölä, painter who lives nowadays in New Zealand, painted Samuela Elona, painting from the series Lives and Works in Finland, 1998, and Heikki Tuomelai's Romani Woman, a woman model that lived in his Helsinki neighborhood. Then go on. One of the canon works of Finland's art history. People are disappointed not to see it now in the Atheneum main exhibition hall. The painting that is situated in the collection part called Images of a People. The painting is by Akseli Galen-Kallela, who worked in 1890s, long period in Paris, and got his ideas from French art of the time, naturalism, symbolism, and decadence, and a bit national romanticism. Aino myth is a triptych of 1891. The subject Aino and Väinämöinen is from the Finnish national mythic narrative of Kalevala. Väinämöinen wanted to marry Aino, who did not want it, and change herself to a fish that Väinämöinen succeeded to get with his fishing rod. Then she changes herself again to be a woman to escape Väinämöinen forever. And then the last one. One of the most loved and also very mystical paintings in Finland's art history, Hugo Simberg, The Wounded Angel of 1903. A painting that used to be shown in the main exhibition hall of Atheneum. A fresco version of the same subject is on the wall of Cathedral of Tampere, and oil version scenery is from Helsinki, and the background of the fresco depicts nearly the same water landscape, but also the factory chimneys of Tampere. So to close, this is national treasure in a way, and as I said, very loved painting, but it can be looked also through the wounded angel and also through the landscape. Because I think the theme of the painting is to take care, taking care, caring.
Thank you so much, Maria, and I'm really very sorry I'm merciless about time, but I was asked to be. And it encouraged me to interrupt you, sorry, once again. Let's greet our, in fact, our next speaker is not with us. We have a recorded presentation by Maria Victoria Guzman, who is Chilean and British researcher and teacher, specializing in cultural memory, and currently she is a PhD candidate at the University of Leicester. And she will tell us about many things, also about Cacerolada protest. And the title is Mediation as a Practice of Interspecies Kinship. It is 17th minute recorded, yes? So I won't interrupt this time.
Hello, my name is Victoria Guzman. Today I'll be sharing some preliminary findings from my ethnographic fieldwork for my PhD in museum studies. My thesis focuses on museums in times of metacrisis, specifically museums in the Global South, with my case studies located in Santiago, Chile. My research places itself within post-critique, with a phenomenological understanding of reality that focuses on reception and affects over just interrogating or demystifying. It's not a repudiation of critique, rather, it supplements it with close reading, listening, and engaging over the dry gaze of suspicion. These new approaches that engage with nuanced descriptions of reality and abandon paranoid readings for reparative practices are especially important in Chile today. I will argue why with a story. It's about a world in ruins, searching for new ways of coexisting for better futures. So the story begins almost 4 years ago, on October 19th, 2019, when a small public transport hike in Santiago turned into a full-blown social explosion, which in a matter of hours spread to the whole country. Hundreds of thousands of protesters took to the streets, metro stations burned to the ground, cacerolazos began to ring as night fell. The president declared the country at war against demonstrators, imposed curfews, and sent the military to the streets to contain the situation. Actions eerily resonant of the years of military rule. But no matter, the country grounded to a halt, not for a day or a week, but for months. Classes were suspended, international forums cancelled, highways intercepted. It is hard looking back to convey how completely surreal it all was. There were protests everywhere, all the time, convened by ecological activists, students, groups against privatized health and pension systems, unions, teachers, feminists. There was hope, but also fear from such a spontaneous, leaderless grassroots movement that seemed to question everything there was to question. It was in that context that a decision was made to write a new constitution to replace the neoliberal one forcefully written during the years of Augusto Pinochet's dictatorship. If, as Donna Haraway has said, it matters what stories we tell stories with, we were collectively forced to think about what story about a country we would tell in the constitution. What kind of institutions did we wish for ourselves? What kind of relations, worlds, and dreams were being created in the aftermath of the revolt of 2019? In the middle of the chaos of those months, a scribble on the wall of the National Museum of Fine Arts challenged art institutions directly. It said, "I will believe in art when it is made for the people." What did this mean? What did people expect of museums in such circumstances? It was with these questions in my mind that I decided to carry out ethnographic fieldwork in 2 contemporary art museums in Santiago, Chile, Museo de la Solidaridad Salvador Allende and Museo de Arte Contemporáneo. Both were chosen because of their strong track record in working alongside communities and using contemporary art as a tool for liberation and thinking about our current problems, especially by their public programming and art mediation teams. I was also interested in how these bigger art museums, by Chilean standards, were negotiating questions of epistemological and aesthetic power at a moment when all institutions were being reevaluated. Here I was deeply influenced by Carla Pinochet Cobo's writings on what she has called performative museums. She used Butler's ideas on performativity, where gender is shown to be an endlessly performed notion rather than a closed identity, where each performance reconfigures what it can or should be. The same, she argued, Carla Pinochet, can be applied to our concept of museums. This is especially noticeable in contexts shaped by coloniality, where museums are conditioned by the emulation of foreign ideals, a precariousness of resources, and hostile and insufficient public policy. In these sites, the processes of institutional construction can represent in themselves critical trajectories with respect to conventional museum forms, representing alternative models of thinking about and exercising the notion of museum. Performative museums there are not instituted once and for all, but are rather in constant flux, shaped in ongoing cumulative processes and in permanent dialogue with their spatial and historical contexts. This view is key when considering the huge gap in museological perspectives from the global south in museum studies and art criticism. How these regions deal with their legacy of imported and internalized models can be a lesson for other museological institutions on how to morph from civilizing dispositives into spaces of care. It also allows for more fluid understandings of their work, instead of the same old criticism that often steers into either-or thinking. If something doesn't advance the revolution, then it must be upholding hegemony. But this is heroic thinking at its worst. The small acts of on-the-ground, world-building work done by community and care work is much more nuanced and complicated. This is something I took into account when choosing my methodology. Ethnographic methods combined with a post-critical approach and an understanding of museums as performative rather than fixed, allowed for more nuanced readings of the messy praxis that collective work demands, of the uneasy compromises we make when living and dying together while attempting to make the world a slightly better place. One easy example was understanding at the Museo de Arte Contemporáneo that a lack of accessibility was not a slight towards those who have difficulty with stairs, but rather illustrative of its dire lack of funds. The deep immersion and reflexivity of 7 months of participant observation allowed me to pay attention to how museums are sustaining and supporting their communities, distributing their agency to create small but resonant change in a world mired in ecological, economic, and political crises. The situated knowledge gained after months of work at these museums was deeply physical and affective. For example, after hours of cutting color papers meant to be scribbled on and pasted on the museum walls, I was left with my fingers aching. Carrying tables up and down the stairs of a neoclassical building gave me a sore back. Days upon days of spending time together meant that we forged strong affective ties between myself and the teams that welcomed me into their daily lives. Additionally, spending that many hours at the museum allowed me to follow the actors that make it up, as well as the myriad other agents that come and go, publics, visiting artworks, critics, but also insects, neighbors, artists, tourists, and to trace out the complex entanglements, influences, affects, and effects the museums are a part of. For reasons of time, today I will focus on only one preliminary finding, which has to do with museums as infrastructure that is alive. Let's start talking about infrastructure. Feminist thinkers have placed a new interest on infrastructure as that which allows for life to continue, and that which require tremendous attention and an eye for detail in the day-to-day upkeep of these systems. So when I talk about museums as infrastructure, I had to think of not only how museums can become spaces of care to their many constituencies, but also how museum workers and other allies actively maintain and repair the institution itself so that it is still there. These acts of maintenance of buildings, collections, and activities are especially important when we consider how neoliberal economic policy has progressively shrunk public space in Chile, with budget cuts, privatization, and the pushing of consumption as the end-all be-all. The range of guided tours, openings, talks, workshops, as well as the ongoing exhibitions offer a respite from a world centered around convenience. They also offer spaces of reflection and idleness, where the mind and body are left to wander, while being confronted by unexpected ideas, issues, and framings of reality. This was something visitors would often comment on at the end of activities, feeling unburdened, feelings of wonder, wanting to know more, of doors being open to new ideas. Now let's talk of what I mean when I say living infrastructure. In the last decades, our rigid ideas of what an organism is or looks like have been challenged with discoveries around rhizomes, lichens, bacteria, etc. After the 7 months spent in and out of both museums, I noticed a similar change in my understanding of what a museum is. Whereas we tend to think of museums as rigid, with a strict separation between outside and inside, the reality is much more complex. When we pay attention, museums reveal themselves to be highly porous entities, in constant exchange with those traditionally seen as the others to the museum, which affect museums in expected and unexpected ways. We can think that a museum's building, collection, and archives are things more or less stable. But then we add other factors such as staff, interns, researchers. Each person that walks into the museum to work there brings their own political, ecological, affective, and aesthetic attachments. These, over time, will affect the kind of things the museum as an entity focuses on, and the sort of exhibitions that are put on, the activities that are planned, the publics they cater to. They breathe life into it, each according to their own trajectories and life histories. I saw how the work of a single person at Museo de la Solidaridad Salvador Allende could shift the way the museum dealt with its publics, changing the entire trajectory of a public program's team and the way the museum interacted with its territory and neighbors. They did this by going door to door around their neighborhood, and entering into affective and political projects with the people living alongside the museum, taking into account their needs and requests. One example are the Textileras Salvador Allende, shown in the picture, a group of women who meet every Friday at the museum to sew and embroider textiles with political messaging around issues such as women's rights, the new constitutions, memories of the dictatorship, etc. I also saw how at Museo de Arte Contemporáneo, a group of people with an interest in the more than human pushed for the museum's classical garden to be turned into a space for the contemplation of indigenous species, with hotels for bugs, space for weeds, and seating for humans, centering idleness over productivity in a profound political statement. growing these native gardens and building bug hotels show how these teams are engaging in radical interspecies kinship, shifting our idea of what a habitable city is. A consequence of this is that museums are truly much less rigid than we think they are. Their choices and determinations less the product of careful consideration and applied volition, and more a complex mixture of one-off decisions, hegemonic structures, forces that resist and circumvent all paradigms, and contexts that muddy individual or institutional assessments. For example, at Museo de Arte Contemporáneo, there is a curatorial team, but since it has no funding for exhibitions, the shows that end up being put up are the ones that either secure funding or private sponsorship, state funding or private sponsorship. In short, it is these entities, funding panels and corporations or NGOs, the ones doing the real selection. Likewise, the public program team have to apply for funding in order to carry out their activities, which end up being tailored to the calendars of funding rounds and their priorities instead of choosing their own timelines and audiences. Still, limited as they are by financial constraints, the expectation of political neutrality, and the disregard of much of the art world, teams such as those in charge of public programming still find agency to act upon the world in meaningful ways. As one of my collaborators pointed out, for them art is just an excuse to point out what is naturalized, to weave new narratives for a country in shift, to defy what is accepted, and point to what must be transformed. Contemporary art becomes a vehicle of attention, a way for people to look at our contemporary condition in new ways that sow a seed that may grow and resonate. In short, in spite of the challenges of education within museums have become a fruitful space for micropolitical action, engaging in activities that destabilize our obsession with newness, progress, and optimization to focus on resonant strategies, rooted practices, and careful frameworks. This is a deeply local experience, but one I think speaks to the power museums still wield, even after much criticism. Power that can be used as part of the many-thronged, tentacular approach necessary to respond to the challenges we face. My months of fieldwork showed me the importance of engaging with the lived realities and situated knowledges of museums and their communities, from neighbors to staff, bugs, tourists, touring exhibits, and interns, breaking out of an endless cycle of speculation and immersing myself in the messiness of real life. Going back to the idea of performative museums, and especially to the hybrid museums dotted along the global south, we can see a new story taking shape, that of deeply precarious institutions that resist in the face of neoliberal constraints, ecological crisis, and political turmoil. Behind their neoclassical building and impressive facades, there is a complex entanglement of stories, expectations, and dreams. Imperfect institutions, yes, yet many of which are doing the work of collectively weaving worlds in the face of huge challenges, sustaining and being sustained by their territories and contexts.
Okay, so, well, I must admit that we have changed our sequence of presentation, and our last speaker is from Athens. Yes, she's art historian, curator, and researcher at the Department of Theory and History of Art at the Athens School of Fine Arts. And I am afraid to label you like that, because you will be talking about art labeling, yes?
No, I'm sorry, I'm Esra. I'm confused.
So you can decide who wants to speak.
I am sorry, but it was told to me that the sequence should be different, yes? So, Ellie, yes? I have already labeled you as a teacher, yes? And you are talking about predicament of labeling, yes? So I'm sorry to label you, and the floor is yours. Please. You want to... okay, so I will take my papers. Okay, yes.
So hi everyone. I'm delighted to be here, both as a speaker and as a part of the AICA Academy, which is running parallel to this Congress. As I was introduced, I'm an art historian, curator, and a PhD candidate at the Athens School of Fine Arts. And my presentation today is under the title Art Labeling, Notes and Methodologies, Mediations and Reinterpretations. Making an initial attempt to challenge some long-standing certainties and raise questions on canons and notions that, in my opinion, need to be evaluated further. So this idea derived from an old problem that has come to my attention through a local example, which I believe should be seen from a contemporary perspective and understood in a broader sense. In other words, there is this methodology around categorization and labeling, which is the old problem, which has affected how we perceive art locally, especially textile artworks in Greece, an idea that is rooted in modernism and the way it has shaped our perception of high art and everything else. So allow me to start from the beginning and elaborate. So putting art into categories and labeling artistic artifacts has been a complex and ever-evolving process within the cultural field, particularly after the 19th century, with the development of the arts and crafts movement and an initial reaction to the degradation of the decorative arts, and of course since the 20th century, with the numerous avant-garde movements and art waves that shaped our understanding of modern art. Such overarching narratives provided the definitions and tools used especially in the West to this day to approach and understand all art histories, often regardless of the different local realities. Having been using more and more temporal ideas and relevant theories like postcolonialism, feminism, transnationalism, etc., and for a good reason, maybe it is high time we reevaluate our labels under the light that we still use to this day and debate on the renewal based on our current needs. For example, while the idea of so-called tradition and how it has influenced contemporary art is now on the rise, there haven't been nearly enough discussions in relation to how it has influenced contemporary art in this way and how specific cultural objects were put into this category in the first place. So I believe it is due to the modernity and its classifications that many words bear still specific meanings that may not be relevant anymore. Modernity needed a definition and therefore also an opposite notion. To this end, othering specific types of art and artifacts by labeling them traditional or decorative or whatever created a set of long uncontested rules and canons. Our American scholar Daniel Lerner has even argued since the late 1950s that tradition has functioned as the antipode of modernity. However, traditions do change, and so do societies. Then how come putting specific art practices and artifacts under such broad categories and leaving them there forever is still acceptable? Shouldn't we at least consider under which circumstances were these decisions made and who created these frameworks in the first place in order to be able to better label, categorize, or evaluate them today? Here are two examples of labeling and language that highlight how our ideas about art are shaped by the words we use to talk about them. On the one hand, there is an institutional critique project by Fred Wilson entitled Mining the Museum, which commented on colonialism and slavery back in the 1990s through the concept of labeling. Here, by deliberately using the broad term metalwork, he contested its meaning, showcasing that the same word can signify metallic objects of everyday life, but also slave chains. The other is a shift in wording that was issued earlier this year when the three British museums adopted the terms mummified remains and mummified persons to describe preserved ancient Egyptian bodies in their collection, while several other institutions in the US are also updating their language in order to command more respect for the individuals that they display in public. In both cases, it was the evolution of society and the adoption of novel values that inspired or called for respective changes in the descriptive language used in art, and therefore anticipated new understanding of what we see. I cannot stress enough how the words that we use to address a concept can be tools for silencing or uplifting a story due to their capacity to persist in time. As Pollock and Parker have underlined, language is not a neutral vehicle for expression of pre-existing meanings, but a system of signs signifying practice by which meaning is produced by the positioning of a speaker and receiver. Language has contributed to shaping notions, statuses, and standards that have been perpetuated through modernity, especially when it comes to artistic production of oppressed or non-dominant social groups that had no power over the history writing at the time it was written. As a result, many established ideas have been largely based on biased methods and one-sided data, but haven't been contested since. This is also true in the case of the so-called high art, a category that was constructed mainly by wealthy Western men during what was a particularly turbulent period for a large part of the world, however cementing it as an uncontested, evaluative scale from that point on. Here I would like to provide an example from Greece that is indicative of our understanding of artistic categorization, or the lack of it, but also of how a selection of words shaped the cultural content. In 1918, there was the foundation of the Museum of Greek Handicrafts, as it was called back then in Athens, Greece, which was renamed in 1923 as the National Museum of Decorative Arts, only to be renamed again in 1959 as the Museum of Greek Folk Art, which is also its current name. It is also interesting that since its establishment and until 1973, when the Metaxas dictatorship ended, the museum was housed in the Digiraki Mosque in the Monastiraki Square in Athens, in direct contrast with the intentionally very Western building selected for the National Gallery that was meant for high art. And of course, also in contrast with the church-like Byzantine and Christian Museum, which is a whole other presentation and a whole other story. This museum featured artworks and artifacts from embroidery and textiles to household utensils, tools, and weapons, foreshadowing the displays of all the museums that were later to be labeled as folk art museums. Therefore, any art that was included in this museum and was initially labeled either as handicraft, decorative art, folk art, or whatever art, was a priori not high art, but something else. And it's needless to say that the majority concern artistic works made by women. So how can we base much of today's categorizations and gender attributions on such vague and confusing labels that were formed during highly arbitrary periods of time? I mean, in this case, even the label makers themselves changed their minds a few times and attributed to the same artistic projects different names and statuses. So, operating as an oppressed social group within a patriarchal society, women weren't aware that their cultural products were put in specific categories and assigned random labels by the oppressor that would eventually secure their inferiority. Particularly in the case of early 20th century Greece, women's artistic productions was at large labeled as amateur, traditional, folk, or anything else that could keep them outside the official art histories, a distinction that has been influencing our views on the gender of certain creations to this day. For example, the various waving artists in different parts of the country that used distinct techniques, developed local patterns, and formulated their own symbolic language were not even qualified as artists, but as handicrafts or makers at best. Meanwhile, despite contemporary artistic waving pieces being featured in museums and art spaces lately, the initial status of this type of art remains uncontested. This is because of the way modernity was understood in the West, deeply shaping our ideas about different artistic practices, while simultaneously writing off other cultural aspects that did not meet the set criteria. But this hasn't always been the case. In fact, prior to Enlightenment, Western art was discussed within a very different frame of reference. The term art, for example, was used to identify the total class of things not found in nature, but rather brought into being by human means. There are also other examples from the past that showcase the relative nature of labeling and its interchangeable use. In the UK, for instance, we know from the bibliography that embroidery was relabeled from art to so-called feminine craft after the Middle Ages, with women and men collaborating for its production until that moment. Additionally, in that region, women have been arguing about their needlework being art since the 19th century. It's ironic then that it was during the 19th century that embroidery started only to be acknowledged as an art form when it copied fine art prints and oil paintings. By establishing this hierarchical division, it was not only women's creations that were labeled, but the creators themselves, rendering any other or future artistic production doomed to be under the same label. According to Parker and Pollock, in art history, the status of an artwork is inextricably tied to the status of the maker. And I would like to add that this works also both ways. The status of an artist also affects the position of their artwork in the evaluative scale within the canon of art history. This is why we often read about women being praised for their skilled hands, but rarely for their minds or spirits, while I haven't heard of a male maker being praised on something similar. In Greece in particular, despite having so many women working with textiles, their work was evaluated horizontally and put in the above-mentioned categories like amateur, handicraft, decorative, traditional, or folk at will. So could we revisit this material today and look at it again in a non-biased and pejorative way? Since the last quarter of the 19th century, weaving and embroidery have been flourishing in Greece. Already in 1876, there was the foundation of the Sen Heritage Looms in Athens, which is the sole association of this type that is active to this day, aiming to educate young women on this art. Additionally, in different areas of the country, like in the Peloponnese, women were not only weaving and creating pieces in the loom, but were also managers of their own industry back then, like the kilim industry. These design creations bore distinct decorative patterns and symbols that carried specific meanings and told stories that were understood within the community. We also know that women often put their names on their weavings, arguing that this is what artists do. There were various weaving artists in different parts of the country that used distinct techniques, developed local patterns, and expressed themselves with their own symbolic language, who were not, however, qualified as artistic producers most of the time, even if they identified themselves as such. Meanwhile, despite the contemporary version of artistic weaving starting to be featured in museums and art spaces in the past few years, the initial status of this type of art remains uncontested. Why can't we revisit these initial categorizations and maybe change the language that we use when we talk about this object? Why is this work not an art piece, an artwork, or an art of geometric abstraction, for example, but rather an inferior creation? Why are these artworks by Annie and Joseph Albers undeniably art and are categorized as geometric abstraction, but the previous weren't? If one is art, and even famous modern art, as a matter of fact, why is the other a traditional object or a craft work by an anonymous maker or even nothing? As Parker and Pollock noted, it's precisely this specific history of women and their artwork that is effaced when an art historical discourse categorizes this kind of art practices as decorative, dexterous, industrious, and the expression of the so-called feminine spirit in art. Especially this last label is the one that I feel undermines the most the thoughts, efforts, and skills of women, which were of course required for the creation of textile artworks to this day. Similar stories can be traced in other parts of the country as well, like in Metsovo, for example, a region in Epirus, in the northwest part of Greece, where the local women weaving community, the Moulieri, is still practicing their own techniques, using a variety of patterns through which they tell local stories with symbols and colors that bear their own specific meanings. My questions here are once more the same and as provocative as the previous ones. Why some of these textile artworks were reduced to traditional handicraft from anonymous makers, despite the meanings they bore, the techniques used, and even the artist's own intention for these items to be perceived as artworks? Bridget Elliott and Janice Helland, in their book Women Artists and the Decorative Arts, 1880 to 1935, The Gender of the Ornament, describe how decorative arts were feminized and marginalized due to the leading tastemakers during the late 19th and early 20th centuries, largely dismissing these practices on the grounds that they were sentimental, nostalgic, and old-fashioned. The condemnation of decoration by the likes of Le Corbusier, Adolf Loos, and Clement Greenberg, to name only a few of the most notorious examples, have been well documented by scholars who note how these male critics associated decorative practices with foreign, primitive, criminal, decadent, and feminist influences. End of quote. Additionally, this sort of promotion, that is of specific works, products, and values, would ensure the perpetuation of their reproduction while safeguarding the existing labor and gender relations, which in turn would also maintain the existing status quo and class relations. In this context, any interconnection of feminism and modernity would constitute, according to Professor Gozzi, a menace to the existing order of life. So, is there a way beyond this fixated perspective? I believe there is, and if we reread these stories outside the Western modern canon, we could possibly learn much more about the work and life of these women who had distinct names and practices. A good example towards that direction is available at the Contemporary Art Museum, for example, in Bucharest, that features at large textile artworks as pieces of art of equal value to the rest. Drawing from such pieces, we can begin to look back and reflect on why similar artworks are not of similar statuses. By becoming aware of the gendered canons under which we still often operate today, we will be able to pinpoint debatable categorizations of the past with the aspiration of adopting new inclusive approaches beyond seemingly unquestionable certainties. I'm not suggesting, of course, to relabel everything. That would be almost impossible task anyway, but rather starting a proper and consistent discussion on an international level about how specific labels, words, and categorizations have greatly shaped our understanding of art and possibly revisit them. In the case of the concept of the so-called high art, for example, we could start by reapproaching and reevaluating past notions that were imposed on oppressed or marginalized social groups, while this time considering both the historical and cultural contexts within which different artworks and artifacts were labeled, and also the particular circumstances of its local region. By doing so, we will eventually contribute to a more accurate representation of our cultural heritage and avoid perpetuating persistent biases and injustices, moving towards social change and historic inclusion, fortunately. Thank you very much. I did as fast as I could.
Thank you very much, and sorry to cause any problems with the sequence of presentation. I must say, I know that the discussion will be later, but I must recall my personal thing here. A question concerning a mummified person and mummy. When I first was in the British Museum, it was late 80s, yes, and I came from, provincial KRAKÓW to the capital of the world, and I was really shocked. Because for me, these mummy were deceased bodies, yes, and for them, they were just exhibits, yes. And now in British Museum, the light is dimmed, and it really changed. Sorry for interruption. Please warmly welcome our next speaker. Our next speaker comes from us. Come to us from Bucharest. Raluca Mihaela Paraschiv is a visual artist, researcher, and lecturer at the National University of Arts in Bucharest, and she will use magical words, solidarity and collectivity. Please welcome, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
But you're the last one. Go to the first slide. They're similar, but they're not the same. So, in his most recent book titled Precarious Men, Sovereign Men, Romanian philosopher and theorist Ciprian Mihaly describes sovereignty as the individual's active pursuit of regaining control over their own life and willingly elevating it to a more advanced state, while precarity represents the moment in human existence where it asserts its most fundamental right, the right to life. The artistic projects that I will share with you today, Roma MoMA, a joint initiative of the European Roma Institute for Arts and Culture and of Biennale Budapest, exhibited at Documenta 15, the Polish Pavilion at the Venice Biennale last year with the works of artist Małgorzata Mirgatas, and the Roma Pavilion in Venice with the exhibition Eugen Raportoru, The Abduction from the Seraglio, were born out of a form of care as well as appreciation for Roma communities and diasporas that have experienced precariousness in its most cruel forms across geography and temporalities, in Ethel Brooks's words. These projects have put forward the ideas of domesticity and the home, with its many sides, as an institution, a shelter, or a country, within an aesthetic discussion about the qualities of people's everyday experiences, as well as habits of consumption, transport, work, and lifestyle, situated in the transdisciplinary area of culture and tradition. Furthermore, these projects were displayed for people who can take sovereignty for granted, such as those that have visited prestigious contemporary art exhibitions like Documenta 15 or the Venice Biennale, like myself, precisely with the aim of rising to a higher level of living, as Ciprian Mihaly describes acting on one's sovereignty in the book that I began with. However, how does the individual who holds both sovereignty and spectatorship engage with the vulnerability, in Judith Butler's terms, of an often impoverished and discriminated culture that originated these Documenta and Venice projects? And for me, this was very important. Simply acquiring new knowledge, gaining an awareness and an aesthetic appreciation of these artworks is not a sufficient answer. The need arises to transform the way we look into a principle of uncertainty, into a realm of questions, and thus openness and acceptance, not confirmations, and thus limitations or authority. In order to know, we must imagine for ourselves, as Georges Didier Huberman said in the opening of his influential book, Images in Spite of All. His plea for knowledge after trauma was picked up by artist and theorist Mieke Bal in her latest book, who argued that, in order to establish connections with others, it is crucial to possess a certain level of understanding. Even in situations where comprehensive knowledge is unattainable, our efforts to grasp it, or approximate, encircle, or feel it, in Mieke Bal's words, remain essential. This process of imaginative exploration is what defines the significance of imagination. Consequently, it underscores the importance of art, as it provides a tangible outlet, an image where we can put the visual aspects of our imagination. By transforming the element of image from within imagination into an active practice and presenting it to the viewer, both body and mind, art serves as a tangible manifestation that holds profound value and makes it matter. In her many interventions on the subject of everyday aesthetics, Yuriko Saito has raised criticism to the Western marginalization of the aesthetics of everyday life, or of non-art, at the same time bringing forward some very useful concepts such as artification, albeit with aesthetic literacy, and world-making, a collective and cumulative endeavor that we are all involved in. Furthermore, she has narrowed the main challenges against the acceptance of the aesthetics of everyday to two main issues, namely the trivialness of mundane experiences and their over-subjective and personal nature that leaves no basis for an intersubjective discourse, as she said. While this presentation does not set out to be an extensive discussion of Saito's theories, it takes its starting point from the observation that many of the artistic projects and all the examples that I will put in front of you today have brought the aesthetics of everyday life, of non-art, into the art world as a strategy of access for Roma culture into our shared world-making, managing at the same time to stay away from trivialness and allowing for the building of connections and relatability. Going back even further to Claire Bishop's assertion that aesthetic opinions have come to be completed by political, moral, and ethical judgment, I believe that those kinds of decisions have become integral to the aesthetic judgment of curators such as Ioana Varsha and Wojtek Szymanski or even Ruan Grupa, and have led them to put forward the home and the practices associated with it as a multifaceted concept that encompasses physical shelter, emotional connection, personal identity and expression, and a sense of belonging, as well as the need for safety, community, stability, and the possibility to build lasting memories. Małgorzata Mirgatas is a Romani-Polish artist that I have first encountered in the Art Encounters Biennial in Timișoara in 2019. And, you have last encountered this February here at the International Cultural Center in Krakow. Inside the Polish pavilion from the Venice Biennale, and I quote from the catalog of the exhibition, Małgorzata Mirgatas has built her own private palace of images, a magical world, a kind of temporary and adventurous shelter, an asylum offering home and respite, and I close the quote. The artist employed a recycling technique, integrating 15th century frescoes and Abi Warburg's ideas. She combined fabrics from thrift shops, and here you can see, donations and materials from Zakopane's Imperial Hotel, her temporary studio during exhibition preparations. When portraying a person, she incorporated items of clothing belonging to them. The exhibition comprised 12 large format pictures crafted in her characteristic textile collage technique and organized into 3 horizontal bands, reminiscent of the original frescoes from Ferrara's Palazzo Schifanoia Hall of Months. The inclusion of a tarot card opening the pavilion symbolized the diversity of fate depicting the Wheel of Fortune. The research of Palazzo Schifanoia led the artists and the curators into an exploration of two key concepts in Abi Warburg's work, namely Nachleben, or the afterlife of images, that stems from the realization of the fact that those motifs have traveled through time and history, and their journey has turned them into vehicles, or, as Warburg calls them, Bilderfahrzeuge. The two curators of the pavilion have thus reflected upon Roma culture as a migratory one, looking onto it as a culture in constant movement. The upper band tells the story of the arrival of the Roma to Europe. Entitled Out of Egypt, it was a layer based on art historical sources, namely a book of lithographies by Jacques Callot from the end of the 17th century that describes in a very derogatory manner the Roma migration to Europe. The middle layer, entitled Her Stories, was the band of the feminine power to re-enchant the world, in which we find portraits of Roma women and friends of Malgorzata Mirgatas, separated by images of astrological signs. Amidst the vibrant top and bottom bands, the middle strip, set against a blue backdrop, brought a sense of calm and separation, bridging the top and the bottom. The lower part depicted scenes from the life of today's Charna Gora, the artist's hometown. A key inspiration for these depictions was the photography archive of her uncle, Andrei Mirga, the first Roma ethnographer, a very personal collection that lay dormant until it has been discovered by his daughter, Anna Mirga Kruszelnicka, an anthropologist and Roma activist born here in Krakow. He declared, "Not every picture is a good picture, and not every picture is a good document. From the past, I think it is good to have some pictures taken by Roma, because it brings a different perspective, also including our emotions towards these pictures, because we know the people, we know the situations when these pictures were taken, so we have certain emotions that are tied to these kind of pictures. This is part of our history, our family." And I close the quote, and here a couple other pictures. Malgorzata Mirgatas challenges the ever-present notions of the world as it should be, embodied by the panels in Palazzo Schifanoia that were meant to offer a glimpse into what the world should look like under the reign of Duke Borso d'Este, superimposed over the nation of the art as it should be, which is so often self-centered and autoreferential. Yet, she manages to keep the magic of the afterlife of images. According to Warburg, an image is not something fixed, assigned to one culture or place. The same universality can be found in labile habits such as eating, dressing, grooming, sheltering, or in life events such as weddings, funerals, or wakes. Malgorzata Mirgatas has bridged the two sides of aesthetic appreciation into one project. And this is a couple of images from a presentation by Ethel Brooks, where she tells her that she has managed to build a forest, a palace, or a home. Moving on quickly to the next project, which is the abduction from the Seraglio, a collateral event accompanying the 59th edition of the Venice Biennale, the fourth Roma pavilion situated at the Istituto Veneto di Scienze, Lettere ed Arti. It was an exhibition by Romanian artist Eugen Raportoru and curator Ilina Schilero, also with many other contributions and two performances. And the project's theme resonated with the collective spirit of the Roma community and echoed the domesticity made visible throughout the distinctive ambience of the show. The abduction from the Seraglio intertwines a Mozartian Western narrative with an Orientalist motif, which has endured through time as wall hangings, particularly popular in Eastern Europe and in Romani communities. The exoticism and widespread of the abduction motif has been associated with bittersweet memories of growing up in poor communities or with Balkan specificity in other projects by Romanian artists. And I have here a few examples, such as the cover of the homonymous rock album by the group Sarmarele Regi from 1999, Cristi Pogocean and his abduction from Iraq from 2006, and Alexandru Berceanu's 2023 immersive installation Light Touches, and they all take on the same motif. The pavilion was conceived as a home with 4 rooms furnished as domestic spaces, a hallway, a bedroom, a living room, and a kitchen, all reminiscent of the home where the artist grew up, and by extension suggesting a certain typology of dwelling in Roma communities. A space of memory, yet also a realm crafted with idealized vision. The famous hanging that gave the project its title could be found in the bedroom above a tidy bed wrapped in a floral spread and cushions. The tapestry overlooking the bed was surrounded by amateur paintings purchased at the flea market, a rendition of Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper, an artistic portrayal of the Ghergan gypsy, a masterpiece by Nicolae Grigorescu considered very classic in Romanian art, and a depiction of a Roma camp. In the bedroom, visitors could also come across a table set with tarot cards, including the one with the wheel that we have also encountered at the entrance of the Polish pavilion. The other rooms, the kitchen and the living room, keep the same domestic scenography with various pots and pans, old sepia photographs, porcelain figurines, and plush toys. This is the kitchen. These staged rooms also double as exhibition areas where Eugen Raportoru's paintings are hung on the walls. His artworks draw inspiration from the same carpets, yet the imagery is blurry and suggests a sense of speed of the escape. The scenes are rendered on large-sized canvases in a loose and neo-expressionist manner and in bolding, thick brush strokes. Okay. And finally, the last project that I want to talk about is the exhibition One Day We Shall Celebrate Again, Roma MoMA Documenta 15. Roma MoMA is a collaborative contemporary art project by the European Roma Institute for Arts and Culture and of Biennale Budapest, and serves as a platform for envisioning a future Roma Museum of Contemporary Art. Involving local and international artists, cultural experts, social scientists, and the civil sphere, Roma MoMA engages in collective thinking, discourse, and the critical potentials of contemporary art. The title suffix MoMA, Museum of Modern Art, underscores the influence of museums in canonization processes and highlights the lack of self-representation by minority groups in museum collections. Our bodies, our relations, our families, and our everyday life is our cultural heritage. We share language, we share work, we share ways of being and ways of knowing, ways of embodying, and ways of making home. And that's a quote from the Manifesto for Documenta 15 by Ethel Brooks. Moving on to several projects from the exhibition, we have Malgorzata Mirgatas, and then I will go on to Tamas Peli, who, comparable to her, displays the grand narratives of Western art history and created a monumental composition entitled Birth, following the traditions of 19th century figurative style historical painting. The focal point of the piece is an invented Roma creation myth depicting the Roma ethnogenesis. Completed in 1983 with the help of Peli's friends, the 4-panel painting, 41 square meters in size, was installed in the refectory of a children's home at Andrassy Castle in Hungary. Most orphans there were of Roma origin, and the artist aimed to provide them with an origin story, as their own birth narratives were unknown. The collective process of creating the painting also transformed the children's home into a birthplace for the Roma civic movement in Hungary. It's noteworthy also that this significant artwork was crafted for a place of care and community, a home for the most vulnerable members of a vulnerable minority. Artist, curator, and art theorist Daniel Baker was an exhibitor and advisor to the first and second Roma pavilions, Paradise Lost and Called a Witness, at the 52nd and 54th editions of the Venice Biennale. For Catapults, a project consisting of catapults he has bought at the Romani horse fair that happens regularly in Kent since 1476, Baker explores the multiple roles of Romani objects produced for the household, pieces that can function as tools, decorations, or toys, a recurring trait shared by many of the items encountered within Roma visual culture, reflecting the resourcefulness and adaptability that remain integral to Roma identity. Survival blanket is crocheted from survival blankets, typically employed in disaster relief or to preserve body temperature in emergencies. By repurposing this material in the context of hobby, craft, domestic pastime, the artist emphasized the precariousness of safety and comfort that so many of us take for granted. The work also reflected the shiny qualities frequent in Roma aesthetic to convey the uncertain nature of the Roma experience, where safety and stability are constantly in jeopardy. Damien Lebas, along with his wife, the artist and activist Elaine Lebas, played a prominent role in the Roma revolution in art since the 1990s. They co-created the Safe European Home installations displayed across Europe since 2011. Lebas also initiated the artistic movements Gypsy Revolution and Gypsy Dada, employing a subversive tone to challenge and undermine Roma stereotypes. In his words, from being perceived as tramps and thieves, with togetherness we can become the kings and queens of Gypsyland Europa. During his final years, Lebas delved extensively into cartographies and maps, focusing on matters of displacement, borders, and boundaries, whether tangible or conceptual, and especially on the idea of belonging to a home or a homeland. In the context of the discussion around the ideas of home and domesticity employed as cultural strategy in Roma art projects, I think the Elaine Lebas Romani Embassy project, exhibited also in Venice as part of the Fuse Roma exhibition in 2019, is also very relevant, as it makes direct reference to the fact that there is no actual homeland for the Roma, and the question of belonging is very present for the largest minority in Europe. And the last slide. Since 2012, Seat Kazanchu builds giant nests, evocative of swallows' nests, and installs them in public spaces and institutions. Swallows, typically returning to the same nests each season, are migratory birds. In contrast, historical stereotypes depict Roma people as nomadic due to their migratory identity. In his previous artworks, Kazanchu explores the concepts of Romani land, housemaking, property, and borderlessness, highlighting their distinct connotations within the Romani community compared to majority populations. In Documenta 15, the nest played a vital role, embodying contemporary decolonial approaches to the evolution of cultural institutions, encompassing museums, galleries, and international exhibitions. The work, focused on politics of belonging and those excluded from decision-making, aligns with the themes of previous year's Documenta edition and the objectives of Roma MoMA, which seek to transnationally and performatively explore the potential for an institution dedicated to Roma contemporary art. Kazanchu's artworks navigate between the public institution and the home, exploring the sites where our identities are shaped through collective interactions with others in the constructions of these spaces. Birds' nests go often unnoticed in urban settings, overlooked and even endangered. Seat Kazanchu's nest prompts us to recognize that what we label as marginal has persistently existed, constructed homes and shelters amid central hierarchies, suggesting novel paths for belonging and fostering change, urging the emergence of shared institutional trajectories, a reimagined memory framework, and a novel approach to collective cultural construction and world making. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that many Krakowians were proud that one of the exhibition you were talking about was held in Krakow. I mean this in the...
Mamy tło, czy zostawiamy?
Będzie włączona pani. To tylko jest kwestia, bo teraz mi razi, teraz mi nie razi. Więc jak się usiądzie, to jak usiądę, to nie powiem. Więc jak coś, to ja będę chodzić z mikrofonami, one wszystkie są włączone. Można mieć do tych dwóch, no ja chyba też tak.
Przepraszam, chodził na widownię, czy...
Potrzeba w ogóle. Jak będą jakieś pytania?
Będą pytania, bo w ogóle jakby my rozmawiamy stosunkowo krótko, a potem otwieramy.
Tak, to ja po prostu mogę, ktoś podnosi rękę i ja podchodzę.
Dobra, bo ja też to mogę robić i na programie.
To ja nie proszę,
ale...
chce pani mogę być gdzieś z jednej strony pani.
To może, właśnie, to może sobie weźmiemy.
Tak. Pani zależy.
Let's go.
Dear AICA Congress, you are all such troopers. I told you at the beginning that I won't take any complaints about the extent, the scope of the program. It's being overpacked maybe. I take this back. I can take some complaints, but thank you for being with us above all. And I welcome the panelists. We should slowly start. So before 6 we can leave this place and move to another lecture, which I already can tell will not be long, and then we will enjoy ourselves in yet another lecture.
Tak.
No właśnie. Dobrze.
Absolutnie.
Czy będzie słychać z tego mikrofonu, czy nie ma szans?
On jest kierunkowy, nie będzie problemu.
Hello, can you hear me? Not really. Mike.
Ja się zamienię, wolę taki.
Próba mikrofonu. So, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the discussion called Contested Institutions, Contesting Authorities, Advocacy for Democratic Cultural Governance in Poland. Here with us tonight we have Joanna Rajkowska, an artist and a representative for a civic forum for contemporary arts. Then Jarosław Suchan, member of AICA, ICOM, CIMAM and so on, and also a person who's responsible for working on a new legislation regarding museums, a former director of Museum of Art in Łódź, and Jagna Lewandowska from Museum of Modern Art in Warsaw, who's responsible for a new series of discussions called New Answers for Old Questions, and that is also devoted to role of institutions in contemporary life. So I would like to start with the first question to maybe introduce to our guests from all over the world what the current situation of museum and art institution in Poland is. And I would like to ask you to describe the current political situation, the current political landscape of art institutions in Poland.
Okay. Hello, everybody. The current situation is really unsecure. Especially that, as you know, as you might know, we had elections, national elections, a couple of weeks ago. So we do hope that the government will change. So I hope that we are in a process of transition, of changing the situation. Because the current situation, the situation for the last eight years hasn't been very good. If we are talking about culture, if you are talking about progressive culture, for sure this kind of culture wasn't at the center of attention of the populist government, or no, I put it rather differently. It was in the center of the attention of the current populist government, but not in a sense that this kind of culture was supported by them. Quite opposite. We've been seen as a sort of enemy to the current cultural politics that is mainly based on protecting and promoting idealized vision of the cultural past of Poland. I would say that the current government is promoting sort of social pedagogy to which it has been used culture, heritage, to say more precisely, because so they support this kind of cultural production that is focusing or centering around the traditional values that should be a point of reference for creating a new kind of national identity. So because of that, progressive culture, current cultural production wasn't so much supported by the government. The government rather tried to marginalize the institutions that promoted this kind of art through changing the directors or through reducing the subsidia. Yes, on the one hand, you should know that the government, the Ministry of Culture, increased significantly the money that went onto culture. So the budget of Ministry of Culture right now is twice bigger as before. But at the same time, this money is channeled in a special way. So this money goes to those institutions or to support those cultural projects with the help of which they could conduct this kind of social pedagogy I was talking about.
What can we add? It was just, I would say, like in programming matters, it was just a brutal attack of freedom of speech for years. It was decrease in money, and it was also a lot of mismanagement in the institutions that were taken over. There's a very nice publication recently published that we presented during our first meeting in this program. It's Dialog Puzyny. It's independent, free, I think there will be 3 numbers of this publication. That's the editorial board, ex-editorial board of Dialog. That was the journal for theater and culture in general in Poland, but now they were taken over. So they prepared a special number which is full of information about the institution that had been taken over. And there are detailed cases, very well written. I think it's only in Polish, but maybe it will be translated. It will be a very valuable issue. So you can see that there are not only museums or galleries, but also Polish radio, of course, the theatrical institutes, the galleries, the literature institute, and others. So it's the same case with money, programming, and not the freedom of speech.
Well, I can only add that this erosion of the institutions, progressive institutions, at first came as a shock, but it was a progressive, slow dissolution of procedures, of good practices. It came day by day, week by week, and as we know, the populist regimes usually have 3 phases. And the second one that was just hopefully finished was kind of consolidation of these bad practices. And changing the directors of the major cultural institutions always, of course, came as a shock. But in fact, the most dangerous were those everyday practices that were introduced to our institutions. I'm speaking from outside. I'm just a practitioner and working, sadly, outside of the institutions mostly, but from observing, like outside observing point of view, it looked pretty horrible. And then, as a result, we had the art institutions like museums and national galleries. I mean, on national level and local level, now span in terms of ideology from being completely fascist, like Ujazdowski Castle, the culture for contemporary Ujazdowski Castle, to run by simply dilettantes, by people who have absolutely no idea how to run institutions of this scale and this prestige. So what we have now is actually a cemetery, which we have to actually excavate and build these institutions anew. And in the process of preparing for this discussion today, I thought that this is actually a great chance. Of course, the situation is dire, and we are in a deep shit as artists, as curators, as staff running the institutions. But we have a great chance of actually introducing new set of good practices and slightly different I would dream of a definitely slightly different profile of these major art institutions in Poland. So we're on the verge of change, hopefully.
I think that's what we're all hoping for, and the change is definitely necessary. So, kind of to add another kind of introductory question, could you describe like maybe the situation, like the most problematic situations, the situation that you perceived as the biggest kind of threat to democratic ways of governing art institutions in recent years? Just one of them, and how that situation happened. Choosing just one of them is not an easy task, to be honest.
Yeah, it will be like a sensational. I would maybe say more generally that there were some what influenced me. It's the contact with my colleagues from other museums that stayed because they had to, and they were deprived of their long-term projects. They were moved around in the institution, or they didn't have nothing to do. What is also obviously bordering on mobbing. So what I can say is just I hope that these matters will soon come to light, and we will be possible to comment on specifics and really deal with them quickly and legally, and then we can move on with the more horizontal ways also in the governing of the institutions. And I'm really curious what Jarek would say about this legislation, because it's very important.
I prefer not to answer this question because, I was a part of the problems.
Okay, so let's consider it's a question maybe too personal in a way to ask to some of you, and let's move on. So we've experienced quite a few takeovers, let's call it that, of institutions that we've all admired and considered like very well governed. And would you say that those new institutions, that the ones that, not new institutions, but the institutions that experienced those takeovers, became then contested, and if yes, by whom?
It's a complex issue because we should remember that in those institutions there are still people that worked before new management was employed, was installed. And those people try to do a good job. So I personally have a problem with total contesting of those institutions. It's up to the project. There are still some really good projects prepared and proposed by those institutions that were taken over. So to contest in total them would mean that we also contest the projects of those people who are still our colleagues, and the projects which are really interesting, really good.
So I'm not going to ask if you would visit like an exhibition in Zachęta, but it also kind of comes to my mind that there are some institutions that were maybe taken over to the point where it's hard to see what they used to be. But yes, let's maybe kind of quote Joanna and say that we are in a deep shit and we are waiting for a renewal. So I wanted to ask you more about those good practices that can be introduced, hopefully very soon. We know that in recent years, whenever there was a competition for an art gallery director or a museum director, usually both AICA or the Civic Forum for Contemporary Art members were part of those boards, but they don't have like a distinctive voice. Are there any good practices that you can think of that can be introduced in next years? And if yes, what are those?
Sorry, I start this part because I think I was invited because of this. The point is that, or the problem is not in the fact that the representatives of AICA or the Civic Forum weren't invited to the juries, to the committees that selected the directors. Because even if they would have been invited, it wouldn't have changed so much the situation. The problem is in the whole legal structure of competitions. But in my opinion, there is even more general problem. I mean, the fact that the relationships between governing body, between political power, I mean, Minister of Culture, local government, municipality, and the institutions. So those relationships are not clearly defined by Polish law. It means that the Museum Act doesn't describe precisely where the right of the legally, democratically elected public power to conduct its cultural policy stops, and where the right to maintain the intellectual and artistic independence of the institution starts. This is a crucial thing. This is a really crucial thing. So we should really focus on this aspect, and starting from this point, try to develop solutions that would help to civilize, to regulate those relationships between governing body and the institution. And this is what the group I am in is trying to do. Couple of months ago, the Polish Committee of ICOM initiated a working group, and the objective of this group is to elaborate some legal solutions that would resolve this tension, and in this way would help to protect more than it is now the autonomy of institution, and keep it more resistant to the unjustified interventions of politicians. And the main idea is to establish a new kind of body. We can call it Board of Trustees. This kind of body doesn't exist in Polish regulations. So there is a direct relationship between politicians, between political power and the institution. So the idea is to create a body that would be between the political power and the institution, the body to which the politicians would delegate their powers, and it would be this body that would decide on the most important aspects of institutions functioning. It would be this body who would select director. It would be this body with whom the director would negotiate the program and budget framework. And finally, it would be this body which would evaluate the the director's work, the institution activity. And of course, in such a construction, there is a crucial point, who will select the members of this body, how this body will be constructed. So the idea is that this body will be consisted of the representatives of the real stakeholders of each particular institution. Of course, the representatives of the political power, like Minister of Culture or municipality or whatever, but also the institution staff, but also the representatives of the organizations that work permanently with the institution, representatives of the committees or unions of professionals that works with the institution, and finally the communities that profits from the activities of the institution that work with the institution. So besides of other advantages, this will be another one. I mean, the socialization of the process of governance. That is also, I think, very important.
So I'm sorry, do I understand correctly that each museum, each national museum, let's say, would have one of those?
Yes, this is the idea.
So no centrally governed like the...
No, absolutely. And I think it should be thought as a sort of model, not only for museums, but also for the other cultural institutions. But because we are from the museum field, so we decided, started with the with the concrete solutions that could lead to the change of the act on museums.
And I think those bodies, all kind of boards, are super important also in the management within the museum. For example, the program boards for now with the politically imposed members, they weren't really wise advisory during this time. We had to focus on not to get into the quarrels during the meetings and to survive at these meetings, not to have the real advisors on the other side, which was the initial idea for the programming bodies. But I think establishing this, it's not only for the directors, but also thinking about more horizontal management in the museums itself. For example, we are during the creation of social council at our museum, and it will be a dozen or so people who help us to establish a paths of the public program in our museum. So half of the funds of the museum for the public program will go through this board, and let's hope it will enable for the more democratic programming within the museum also. So all kind of collective bodies, more horizontal, are, I think, necessary in this new way.
I will have to kind of position myself in this discussion because I'm working in this narrow, or maybe not even narrow space in between, partly from the institutions and partly outside of the institutions. A little bit like a dog, homeless dog in conversation with the representatives of the dog shelters. So it is, this is maybe not the most convenient position I'm speaking from, but I would say that now when we have a chance to reshape a little bit the public, the mission in general, the mission that honestly I have no idea about. I don't know how it looks like from inside, but I can only speak from my experience, and I think there is a huge gap to fill, really, and to put the accent on the public mission of the museum. Because given an example of, or the example of my project, that it's kind of in limbo it is a deposit of the Museum of Modern Art, but at the same time, it's not its property. And therefore, that creates a lot of legal problems. But it's been 20 years, over 20 years, located in Warsaw, in one of the major junctions. And of course, it's a huge technical problem. It's not only a technical problem. This project, despite its long history, never had a home. And I absolutely don't want to present my resentments, but I remember a conversation years ago with the ex-director of the Ujazdowski Castle, Center for Contemporary Art, Ujazdowski Castle, who said, that was his answer to me begging for the help in the maintenance of the tree. And he said, it's a palm tree. And he said, of course, no problem, as long as I don't have to ask for anything. And this, I laughed, obviously. I understood him. Obviously, he had to beg for subsidies from the Ministry of Culture. He had a lot of problems with the maintenance, even of this huge building, which is a castle. A number of problems. And me on the top of it with my tree, yet another need for money, maintenance, stuff, and so on. But the lesson that conclusion that I drew from this conversation is that he didn't want to be in partnership with other organs of the public administration. And I thought, this is a mistake. You know, we cannot close ourselves in the ivory towers of the institutions. We have to work in the network. The public mission of the museum, of the National Gallery, of the galleries, local galleries, are actually in the network and partnership. And the commons, actually, and the public sphere is the ultimate goal. And this is what we build. This is the capital. And this really was a shock for me, that this refusal has actually no end, and nothing has changed, even when the palm tree became the deposit of the Museum of Modern Art in Warsaw now. And I must say, if we use this chance now to restructure a little bit the mission and fill the gaps, and I'm not talking about the theoretical reflection on the urban planning, on the function of the city, and so on and so on. I'm talking about the work on the ground. Like, I'm all alone when I meet the boards of engineers in the city. I'm all alone when I meet the city architect. I'm all alone when I'm going to the road authority. And why? Why is that? Why there's no space for real cooperation? I know that who is ahead of me is not, a perfect member of the audience. It's unprepared. There's a lot to explain. There's a lot to sometimes absolute principles to be said at the beginning of the conversation. But the joy at the end of a fruitful cooperation is really it's priceless. And then this is where the build is trust. This is where the status is built, and this is where I guess the value institution is formed. And I would call, as I always do, for this type of building of the status, of the respect, and of the place in the society of our art institutions. And I just remember I met 5 engineers from a company called Tor Projekt, which in Polish, you know what it means. They know nothing. They're guys with the big bellies, with their drawing boards. And after, I think, 4 hours of hardcore discussion, they came out and they took selfies with me, and they profoundly understood, really, I'm sure they did, that the place of this single project, which is a symbolic axis of the city, is something worth taking into account. I know it's not a big success, but for the project and for the institution that represents it, I think it's a lot. So a little anecdote, and yeah, back to you.
So I actually, I don't think it's only a little anecdote. I think it's a great example of what we should be kind of aiming for. And I actually wanted to ask about like the role of artists in general, let's say, in this new legislation that you're kind of proposing. And is it a step closer to the vision that Joanna's kind of proposing?
Yes, as long as artists are one of the stakeholders of the institution. We should remember that Act on museums is not about artistic museums, but about any kind of museal institution. So in a case where we are talking about artists as people who really collaborate with institutions, absolutely, their voice should be present in the structure of this kind of body, no doubt.
And how does it look with the new program that with the program that you were mentioning before, Jagna, the thing with kind of adding the money to the public program that's governed by a different body than like the museum itself? Who sits in this body?
These are representatives of the different kind of audience from the city. So there are some art professionals, there are some artists, there are organizers, activists. It will be around 13 people. I'm not engaged in the process of picking them, but I know it's during this. But I have another anecdote concerning the Palm, because together with Sebastian Cichocki, we curated this show Penumbral Age about ecological issues, and we presented a beautiful artifact found on the Joanna Rajkowska's tree. It was a nest, and that was found in this artificial tree after it lost its leaves. And it was the last object we showed during this exhibition, and it was very optimistic ending to this very dark show, because our educators always were presenting it as something that always survives, even in the city center, and it was built from plastic, from other leaves, and from parts of the buildings around it. But it was a beautiful symbol of the resistance, and I think. Starting from this, we can, go around this topic again. But yes, this body will be finalized soon, as well as other programs that will include different kind of relationship with our public, basically, and audience, and artists who are our audience as well.
So let's say that the legislation that you're working on will pass. In the ideal world, let's say when you finish working on it, it will become a part of the new Act on Museums?
No, it is unfortunately not depend on us.
Of course.
So actually we started 2 or 3 months ago contacting the politicians from opposite parties, from opposition, and trying to convince them to our ideas. Our small committee became also a part of the alliance of 19 non-governmental organizations that is working under the umbrella of Stefan Batory Foundation. They are foundations or organizations of different kind that work on the legal solutions that are to improve the situation in the country in different areas, like healthcare, like I don't know, economy, education, science. So I think that it is a good idea to unite our small forces And with this alliance, we organized so far 2 meetings with politicians, during which we presented our proposals. Now we are waiting to know who will be nominated as a candidate for the Minister of Culture, to start discussing with him or her our ideas.
Well, let's all hope that the person chosen will be interested in culture. I would start with that.
My optimism is moderate. So.
Yes. So maybe actually because this panel was not only for us to talk between us, but for all of us to share our experiences and talk about what museums can be and what can we do for them to be governed in more democratic ways. So if you have questions, and I can already see the first question, or you just want to comment on something, I will just come with the microphone.
Very much. I don't know if it's a comment or a question, but and I'm bitterly sorry I missed the beginning of this discussion. I'd forgotten that was the topic. It interests me a great deal. But I was closely involved negotiating with Piotr Piotrowski, the showing of the Council of Europe exhibition, of which I was co-curator, for the National Museum in Poznan. And he accepted it. He had just had a controversial exhibition called, I think, Homo Erotica. And he was trying to shake up the institution from top to bottom, and he had some wonderful ideas. And ours was going to be the next exhibition. It did contain quite a lot of controversial material, but that may have been beside the point. And we got as far as planning the spaces where the works would be shown. My co-curator was, I should explain, was from the German Historical Museum in Berlin. And we were there discussing the plans. And he had just put in his proposals for the next 5 years or something like that. And he was quite confident in a certain sense that this was a museum now which was not government-led. It had a board of trustees. The slight irony was that the chair of the board of trustees came from sort of neoliberal capitalist zone of the UK. I think he was the ex-chair of one of our national museums. And his plan was turned down by the independent so-called board of trustees. And the whole of his, we were the next exhibition, but the whole of his future program was wrecked. And he resigned, and his deputy director, Katarina Morawska, also resigned. I don't know what the moral is, but I think that maybe Yaroslav said a little bit of the moral. I think it is what he calls the socialization of the body of governors. I think is extremely important. And as one of the other speakers was saying, to have representation of all stakeholders and from the bottom up as well. But no system is perfect. I think that's my message. It's a kind of cautionary tale. Thank you.
Absolutely, you're right. And indeed, it was a body of trustees in the National Museum in Warsaw. There were 2 institutions in Poland that had this kind of body, Royal Castle in Warsaw and National Museum in Warsaw. But those bodies work on the basis of the bad legal construction. So it wasn't a chance to work properly, especially because it wasn't clear division in the responsibilities between Board of Trustees and government and the Ministry of Culture. It creates constantly the clashes.
Thank you very much, Yaroslav, because I wanted to
add something about that board of trustees, because it happened that I was a member of board of trustees when we nominated Piotr Piotrowski to his position in directorship. But board of trustees is a body that minister has to approve each member. So whether if he doesn't want, for example, when Agnieszka Morawińska stepped out from her position and Piotr Rybson took over her duties without being nominated a director, the minister kicked me out from that body. I was not anymore the member of board of trustees of the museum, National Museum. The same happened in the advisory board of Museum of Modern Art in Warsaw. Not only me, only I was kicked out, but also Miroslav Balka and some other people. Instead, they impose their favorite people. So this is, legal basis of this, so to say, independent bodies is really doubtful.
Yeah, of course. Sorry.
This is one side. And the other side is the selection of the jury to judge the candidates for the directors. Because, I saw many juries, I participate in some, and each time it depends, again, of the minister. And of course, he may put the representatives of different bodies, but the matter is of proportion. Because, if the 3 representatives of independent bodies and 4 representatives are imposed by the minister, as a matter of fact, his favorite person is winning this competition. I know I have a long practice in all that. I don't even want to mention that I had to win my competition for Zachęta 2 times, because after 2 years I was dismissed by the minister, who was kicked out from the government later on, and I had to again win the competition to become the same director. And I'm probably the only who won the competition twice. Anyway, I see that situation. And then, if you talk about that body which would protect the director, and he will have the instruments of self-protection, then in case of the current director of your former museum and my former gallery Zachęta may stay forever, because they would be protected by the new paragraphs. Yeah. So I'm talking about it because this is very important.
Sure.
And then there is a third factor, is how to defend the artists. Because right now, the current director of Zachęta is preparing the exhibition consisting of 200 paintings of 140 painters, out of which 11 say they don't agree. So they didn't agree to participate in that show. But the director said, but we have their paintings in the storage. So why not to take them out? And there is a big problem, also loyal. We found the paragraph that they are protected, so that they have a right to not to agree to participate in that exhibition. But it is a whole process how to say no to someone who as a curator is not accepted and as a director is not accepted. Only in purpose not to be shown next to another person whom we don't like. And this is, I mean, I'm talking about also how to protect institutionally the artist. Thank you.
Yeah, if may I, because there are three issues, three aspects, and I don't want to say that we have solutions for everything. It is impossible. So the first, I'm not, when I'm talking about a board of trustees, kind of board of trustees, I'm not talking about the legal construction that exists right now, because it's a really bad construction, because of what I said before. Because there is not a clear division between responsibilities and rights of the board of trustees, already existing board of trustees, and the governing bodies. And this is it caused problems you were talking about. So we are thinking about completely new legal construction. In this construction, it won't be a minister of culture or the president of local government who would nominate the representatives to this body. This is what I call the socialization of the body, and I think this is the most important aspect of this new legal construction. So this one, the second, I mean that this kind of body could protect already leading directors, already acting directors of Zachęta or my former institution. Indeed, but this is not a project that is to solve this the problems that were caused by the last decisions of the still governing Minister of Culture. We are thinking about longer perspective, definitely about longer perspective. We should create the legal solutions that really protect autonomy of the institution, not right now, not in this particular political situation, but so to say forever. Yeah. So this problem should be resolved not with the help of this particular legal tool. It should be resolved with the help of different tools. And yeah, we have some ideas how to do it, but it's a really complex issue. And the third one, I mean, how institutions can protect artists, what to do to create such a construction which help institutions to protect artists. I think that the fact that artists would be among the stakeholders from which the representative will be selected or will be delegated to the Board of Trustees is one of the solutions that results in the fact that the voice of the artist will be more important in the institution. But this particular problem should be resolved, and it is quite easy to resolve this. We should stand on the already existing act of authorship that really protects artists and artworks from using that is overusing, abusing. Yeah.
If I might add something. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for coming here. And just to give you like a glimpse of what we were doing in the background while planning this Congress, it was important for us to acknowledge that AICA Poland doesn't, you know, lives in a certain ecosystem that also comprises of other organizations like ICOM, or the Civic Forum for Contemporary Art. And I think it's absolutely key that we talk among each other more often. And I'm also thankful to Jagna, who came here, who now is convening a great the series of discussions at the Modern Art Museum in Warsaw, which is, I guess, the idea behind it is exactly to do this, to bring together people who are stakeholders of the institutions and can think together on what might be done. I would like to add one more thing to this Board of Trustees issue, because we've covered the topics of the composition and the partition of responsibility, but I think there's a third one to be touched upon, and Anda already touched upon it. It's the accountability of the board itself. And I will bring up another cautionary tale, and I might kind of disfigure the story because it happened already a few years ago, and I read about it, therefore, a long time ago, so I might not remember something. If there's some Dutch people around here, maybe you can correct me. But I want to get back to the moment when Beatrix Roof left the Stedelijk Museum, which was very much an issue of the Board of Trustees accountability. The Board of Trustees nominated the new director knowing all the evidence that was a few years later presented in the press as something sensational. They accepted the director nevertheless, but when the press, uncovered the documents or some links of the director to some, I don't know, private actors, they all resigned. They weren't able to take the accountability. And what's important, there was an audit afterwards, and as far as I remember, the conclusion of the audit was that Beatrix Roof didn't do anything illegal, and she took care of the interest of the institution, but her action could have been interpreted as acting against the spirit of the law. And this is another important issue. The law that's currently existing is actually legitimizing practices that are, on the border of legal and non-legal. But if they're not forbidden, people will, of course, go and do that. So I hope we can also speak about our accountability and exchange our views and also build some sort of policy that will cover these problems. Thank you.
Thanks. I would like to ask about some wider context of work of institutions, social and cultural. We operate in conditions of catastrophic social conflict. And I think that both sides of it has their sins in our history. And what should be done to make the institutions program not only fairer than after 2015, but also fairer than before 2015? Do you have an idea of including this 7.5 million conservative voters to participate in common culture, if it's possible? And the second question, isn't the discussed boards of trustees proposal in fact a corporate proposal, basically independent on universal democracy? Thank you.
Answering second question, even if this solution was invented in the corporate world, it is changing completely its meaning when it is connected with the idea of socializing governance. So if you are talking about body that is constructed of the representatives of the different publics. So I think that in this case, we are not facing the process of corporization of the institution. Quite opposite, we are facing the process of socialization of the institution. Yeah. First question.
One question.
Yeah, we are asking ourselves this question all the time because we really want to reach this public as well. And recently we had this discussion with Krzysztof Świrek, who is a sociologist, and we were discussing the class issue in terms of museums, and it was the same. It's the question if the museum is supposed to be for everyone, really, or not. And it's not very obvious, and not every museum is for everyone, but we are trying to understand, and this type of discussions, it's one of the ways we are trying to do this, because when you are in a bubble, of course, you can't see many issues that are, projected on us, expectations, and especially when we are before the new opening, the opening in the new building, the expectations are growing, and we are really trusting that this board will help us also to map the expectations of the other groups that were present in the museum before.
If I might add, it is a difficult task because this is a slippery space between going to in the area of like eternal workshops, and as we know, society doesn't want to be workshopped. It's like it's not the way to actually expand the. I don't even want to say education, but this proximity and how shall I put it in words? It's a way of life. Actually, it's a way of spending time. It's a management of free time. It's producing the basic culture needs. So this is this area and the question how to do it. And on the other hand is exactly participating, this is what I'm referring to what I said before, in the real building of the culture around the museum, around the institution. And this can be done in many different ways, not as a direct action, which are exactly workshop, housing the foundations, housing the associations, the civic initiatives and so on, but literally cooperating with the very different organs of municipal administration on many different levels, sometimes very unexpected. I mean, I have this completely utopian dream that art actually should really penetrate areas as remote as really hospitals, funeral homes, dog shelters and so on a really high level. And I mean, it's completely avant-garde 20s dream, but I do have it, and I do believe it is possible within the institution and through the institutions. And I think this is exactly what then, in the times of populism, regimes, authoritarian attempts will protect the institution.
Can I sort of add to that a comment and a question? Those considerations about the wider social and cultural efficacy and project of the museum are really reflected in ICOM's very lengthy process of trying to redefine the museum, which they took a long time to get consensus on. And also, of course, those issues of the erosion of the independence of the institution and museums, which you're suffering, are common to many countries in Europe now. Certainly in my own country, the UK, it's become increasingly threatened. And these questions, of course, again, are discussed at length by the supernatural body of ICOM at their annual congresses. Do you see any agency in bodies such as ICOM in having any influence politically in your own country? Because they do have agency and power representing an international constituency of museums throughout the world. And they have discussed and they have issued, they have policies on governance of institutions, which will enable sharing of models of governance, for example. Do you see them as having any power to influence your political masters, as it were?
Looking at the past years, I would say that should be skeptical because many times international committees like ICOM or CIMAM protested against the situation in Polish institutions, and the government totally didn't care of this. It was of no importance for them. But I hope that the new government will be different, and maybe the authority of the international committees would matter more for them. And back to the first part of your statement, for the between 2020 and 2023, our group participated in the international program initiated by some committees of ICOM and CIMAM. National committees of ICOM from Eastern and Southeastern European countries. And exactly the aim of this project was to map or to investigate the question of governance in those countries. And the report revealed that the problem with governance is in many countries, not only of this region, because right now there is a second part of this project that is mapping the situation of governance in, I think, in South America and some other countries. So it is really a common issue, and it would be great to exchange the experience, how to deal with this, with those problems. I'm not sure that not necessarily the idea of Board of Trustees is the only one. Yeah, maybe they are better.
I must say I really appreciate the new definition of the museum prepared, that we are really using it in building our own mission. And thank you, ICOM, for this.
So I'm sorry to interrupt. We're gonna take 3 more comments from the room because the organizers are asking us to slowly end the discussion.
Okay, so I'm going to change the subject a little bit because I would like to come back to the very origins of the Civic Forum, because maybe not everybody is aware of how it started. Yes, that it started as started with a strike of artists in a protest against the precarious conditions of artists, and that the forum was working or has been working on the obligatory fees for artists being paid by institutions. And now, as we know, the Minister of Culture, is still on, started to work on the so-called bill on the professional artists, yes? And this is a very important issue because the idea was great, but the way they proceeded it created enormous hostility of the so-called society towards artists, because the idea was that to every cell phone, there's going to be like a special tax of like 10 zlotys or something, and then everybody rebelled that they're not going to pay 10 zlotys extra so that artists can have social security. So, so I'd like to ask you, maybe Anna, then, because also this is something that we are talking about in AICA, and of course you are talking about it for sure. So what can we together do to push that bill that was frozen? Because, and then we also, Arek once paid my attention to the
interview that Gliński gave to in which he was saying that he could not pass the law that would give the social security to Krystyna Janda and Andrzej Seweryn. So he was creating this hostility towards artists. Yes. So the question is like, what can we do together?
As you know, Civic Forum is actually quite a big organization now, and I've been sent here on the basis of actually kind of embracing a slightly larger picture, which, you know, is actually the status and safety of our art organizations, our art institutions. But this is underway, and Civic Forum now is really working hard, thanks to Kasia Górna, mainly our soul and and brain in all that. And this will be the issue is absolutely not dead, and it's being discussed now to the bone. So we really hope. I mean, we all have the same hope that the new Minister of Culture will simply take into account this absolutely fundamental bill of safety as social security of all of us working as artists, as, you know, self-employed in most cases, 99% of cases. It is. We have now the legal status. We have the many different little mini boards that took care of the particular issues, and I know the legal issues are actually the most important, the most pressing. So it will be discussed as soon as possible, as will possible in the Parliament.
If may I add, actually this is happening. I mean that on our suggestion, the forum was invited to this alliance of non-governmental organizations. So along with us, they also presented their ideas to the politicians during the meeting organized by Stefan Batory Foundation. And the small correction, forum is older. It has been created after Congress of Polish Culture in 2009, and the strike was in 2014.
Hi, I have a question, but also a footnote, because listening to you, I realized that apart from the governmental artistic scene, the state institutions, of course, they are very significant in Poland, but this is also a footnote to our guests from abroad, that culture in Poland and the artistic scene, the institutional scene, is much more diversified. We have municipal institutions, NGOs, private galleries, and this scene, this is my impression, maybe this is subjective, that has been developing very strongly since 2015 as a reaction to the situation you've just described to us. So my question goes, and it is caused by a feeling of protest, as a person who is representing also this kind of institution. This is the city institution, and you said that we are in a very deep shit. So this is the question: are we in this shit together, or do you see maybe an interesting institutions outside of the state system?
So maybe surprisingly, I'm gonna kind of answer in a way, or also comment to your comment, because I also work in a municipal institution, and I think in Kraków, as Robert Piaskowski was saying yesterday, we have quite a few that have very interesting programs, and I think, but lately, I think it was like 2 weeks ago, I was at a kind of a discussion on the role of like artists, let's say, in Polish society now, and it was said by, I think, Kamila Bodnar from ING Foundation, that basically the state institutions has had much bigger budgets. And of course, we're doing, as municipal institutions, the best we can, but the level on which we can operate the scale is much smaller. And I just think it is unfortunately true. We may be doing very interesting projects, but we won't ever get this kind of funding.
I was hoping to hear something positive, but of course we are in a deep crisis, and I agree, yes, we have, the budget is always too low.
Maybe I can add something. It's just an observation, but it's quite, I think, significant to what was happening over the last 8 years, that many quite important art initiatives found different ways of manifesting themselves, and a number of curators, number of directors, ex-directors, sometimes started to work for the private institutions, for the private organizations, sometimes auction houses, sometimes private galleries, and so the river didn't stop flowing. It just had to find kind of a different riverbed, and this was quite shocking sometimes to see very serious political manifestations done in the galleries that didn't even have the reputation of being controversial or politically engaged. So the agency was kind of overtaken by very different bodies for some time, and I'm not sure what's going to happen now, but you know, the spirit remained. Answering your suggestion.
Okay, so I am being shown that it's time to stop. Thank you so much for being with us tonight, and I'd like to invite you to the next event that happens at 7. It's a keynote lecture by Elizabeth Powinelli, and it happens not here, but at Faculty of Polish Literature at Grodzka 65. If you're not from Kraków, opposite to this building, you have a tram stop, and you can take tram 8 or 13. And the stop is Wawel.
You will see the castle, so we also organized some sightseeing for you. And if you're still thirsty for more, you are dearly invited to join a group at the Manga Museum, which is by the Vistula River, tomorrow at 9. There was a newsletter sent with that regard, our latest addition to the program. Thank you for today so far. Well, this has been such a great afternoon, and I hope the discussion will continue behind the scenes. Thanks to all of you who participated, and a huge round of applause is necessary. I should also mention that we wanted to invite even more people, like Piotr Rybson or Joanna Krakowska, but they unfortunately couldn't be here with us. But also, thanks to them, you're doing a great job.
Dzięki. Dziękujemy za prowadzenie.